this meeting on the Ad Hoc Committee on Energy. It's now 9 o'clock and on the 2nd of August. I'd like to start this meeting off with a moment of silence for quiet meditation. Thank you. I'd like to welcome all the honorable members, as well as the heads of departments of the local government, Mr. Pulser, a representative from the various municipalities, including the mayors, deputy mayors, and municipal managers, and all other officials and the members of the public. As we know, this meeting was convened to understand the readiness and the mitigation of load shedding that is happening on the at the municipalities. May I ask that person to mute, please?
Ask my intelligence if they know about it.
I'm just waiting to see who's on there. Okay. May I ask the members to introduce themselves in alphabetical order by name, starting with Member Kasim.
Greetings, Chair, and everyone else. Member Kasim is online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. This is Member Bosman. I'm standing in for Member Maseko.
Good morning,
Thank
Deirdre
you.
Baartman.
Good morning, Chair. Khalil Barnkhuis.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Member Philip Christians.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Member Nomin Kondlo.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Gerrit Pretorius.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. It's Derek America.
Thank you.
Andrikus van der
Good
Westhuizen.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Good
Morning, everyone. Mbulelo Isaac Sileko.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Kayla Murray, member of the committee.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other members of the committee. If I've missed anybody. No.
Good morning,
and-
Peter de Villiers.
Sorry, Member de Villiers. I'll see you there now. Thank you. We have received one apology from Member Maseko, and Member Bosman is the alternative for that. And then Minister Bradell, sorry, two apologies. Minister Bradell has also indicated an apology. He is attending a cabinet meeting. Our procedural officer, Ms. Kruti, are there any other apologies that you've received?
Good morning, Chairperson. No other apologies.
Oh, and I see Member Marie has also joined us. You're on mute, sir.
Oh, I say I never apologize. That's why I'm here.
Good. Good. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to ask the municipalities that were invited to introduce themselves. We'll do this by municipality, so we can start with the West Coast District Municipality. If the mayor and his and the team could introduce themselves, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. It's Boffi Strydom, Mayor, and MM David Joubert. So thank you very much. And good morning to all.
Thank you. Then we will have the Swartland Municipality.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Harold Kluyvers, Mayor of Swartland Municipality.
Thank you.
And I'm Jochie Scholes, Municipal Manager. I'm also joined by two directors, Mr. Thijs Moller, Director Electrical Infrastructure, and also Mr. Louis Zikman, Director Civil Engineering.
Thank you.
Morning, I'm Timo van Essen. I'm an MMC for electrics and all that stuff, and I'm joined for Mr. Cormac Fortuin.
Thank you so much. The Matsukama Municipality. Matsukama. right. If the Cedarburg municipality could introduce themselves, please.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Ruben Richards. I'm the Mayor of the Cedarburg, and I'm joined by Gerrit and his team. And Gerrit, you could introduce yourself there.
Yeah, good morning, good morning, colleagues. Gerrit Matthijssen, Municipal Manager. I'm joined by my colleague Randall September, Manager Electrical Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Then if we can have the Bergrivier municipality, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Hanley Linda. I'm the Municipal Manager of Bergrivier Municipality, and I'm joined by our Director Technical Services, Denwin van Tura. Thank you.
Thank you. And so the Saldanha Bay municipality.
Good morning, Chair. It's Andre Trutte here. Excuse for the voice. I'm battling with the flu. I'm Executive Mayor of Saldanha Bay Municipality, and I'll allow my team to introduce themselves, starting with the Municipal Manager.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and all the honourable members. My name is Heinrich Mettler. I'm the Municipal Manager here at Saldanha Bay Municipality. Please excuse the camera. I am joined by Gerard Smit, my Director Infrastructure, as well as the Senior Manager for Energy, which is Johan du Plessis. As well as Johan du Plessis.
Good morning. I'm Michael Sheffers, MMC for Corporate and Public Safety for Saldanha Bay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Laubscher. I'm the Deputy Executive Mayor and MMC for Infrastructure and Planning Services.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am MMC Mama Bolo, and I am in the Office of the Municipal Manager.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Varela America. I am the MMC for Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Alwyn Daniels, and I'm the Speaker of Saldanha Bay Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, to the Department of Local Government, Mr. Paulser, if you could introduce yourself and to the team, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good morning to all the honourable members, the mayors, the municipal managers, and all the engineers and municipal staff, those on the public. Good morning, Graham Paulser, Head of Department Local Government, and I'm just checking whether the engineers and the Chief Directors also online, that they can also introduce themselves. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. And then I do see our Chief Whip online, Member Verlander, Member Kaiser Verlander. If you'd like to introduce yourself to the meeting, please, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you so much. Wendy Kaiser Verlander, Member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing here that Mr. Yonke also rendered an apology from Matsukama. But there's everybody else should be here, so we will continue. Just to outline the rules of engagement for these meetings, all members are to be muted at the beginning of the meeting to avoid background noises. Members can flag points of order if necessary in the chat function of MS Teams, and all videos and audio must be switched off to improve the quality of the connection. That's why mine is off at present. If a member or an official is speaking, they may put on their mic and video, and if you switch off your mics and videos once you finish speaking. The presenters can share their own presentations and unshare the presentation once the briefing is concluded. I trust that is clear to everyone. We're going to start. We're going to go towards our agenda item number 3. Which is the briefing by the Department of Local Government on the guidance provided to the municipalities and projected plans for energy infrastructure allocations, including emergency funding. So, Mr. Paulser, over to you and your team to brief us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I just wish to bring up the PowerPoint presentation.
Chairperson.
You may, sir.
Chairperson, may I interrupt? Did the Minister of Electricity indicate whether he's coming or not?
Member Marie, we will be dealing with that at the end of the presentations. I have some feedback on that. I will deal with that at the end of the presentations. Sorry, Mr. Paulson, you can fly the presentation. Thank you.
Chairperson, is the slideshow, is it visible? Just want to check with you.
Sorry, yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay. Okay, so Chairperson, so what I wish to do, so if you look at the second slide, so in the broader scheme of things, there's a number of departments that support and assist municipalities. These 4 projects that we have, the Department of Local Government is the lead department. In relation to other projects, which also assist municipalities, we are playing a supporting role. A supporting role in terms of a supporting role with the other departments. So, for instance, the Department of Infrastructure, we're facilitating with the municipalities in the province to get transaction advisors supported. We're working with the Department of the Premier on the load shedding packs and facilitate with municipalities and citizens around that. And then there's also with relation to environmental affairs and development planning and economic development as well, where we work in support of those departments. But particularly in these projects, the Department of Local Government is taking the lead, and it's around the electricity master plans that we are providing assistance to municipalities. The second project is around the solar PV. It's a pilot that we are doing in some municipalities to pilot the renewable energy solutions in municipalities. And then the third one, and not necessarily in that order, but also the support that we provided in terms of the generators early in the year. And then the last one is around the dedicated capacity that we wish to provide to municipalities, but also get them of the staff establishment of the Department of Local Government. So those are the 4 projects where we take the lead, and I will speak in a moment in more detail and as well as a progress in relation to those projects. So the first one is really around a sort of a medium-term and immediate solution for municipalities. I think late last year, there were significant hours of load shedding, and based on that, there were significant problems or challenges in municipalities, the ability to supply water during load shedding, and also obviously to purify the work in relation to the wastewater treatment works at municipalities and so on. So we were inundated with various requests for support and assistance to municipalities around the water and wastewater treatment works in municipalities. And I will just briefly say what we've done. Obviously, we brought to play a supporting role. We have supported from the department side, provided with technical assistance. We have deployed our own engineers to certain municipalities on a semi-permanent basis where there were challenges. And based on the request for assistance and support, we've also deployed our own engineers to undertake an assessment of where municipalities do require assistance to help them with the load shedding, the impact of the load shedding, implying that the intention was to get generators so that during load shedding, municipalities are able to pump and supply water, purify water, and the same with the wastewater treatment works. So there's extensive engagements with municipalities to determine what is the critical infrastructure, both water and wastewater treatment works. And obviously this was in line with our approach in the department in relation to demand management, supply management, and then our management strategies to help municipalities. So there has been a decision just based on the immediate response, because what we've also done, Chairperson, we have been able to facilitate at the height of the challenge generators between the National Department of Water and Sanitation and certain municipalities who had excess capacity in terms of generators, and move that around where the challenge was the highest at the time in the province. So based on our preliminary assessments and our undertakings with municipalities, the Minister Provincial has taken a submission to the Minister of Finance, and based on that assessment, in terms of Section 25 of the PMA, we've been able to get almost 89 million for support for municipalities to acquire generators based on the work that the engineers have done in the department. That has gone to Cabinet. The Minister of Finance in the province have approved that request by Minister Provincial, and the Cabinet has endorsed that. So this is the basis. You can see this is a funding that has been distributed to the municipalities in the province to help them with the impact of load shedding based on the critical infrastructure. So I want to just emphasize here, Chairperson, that we have focused fundamentally on the critical infrastructure. It does not imply that we accommodated all the infrastructure treatment works, whether that is wastewater treatment works or wastewater. So this is the allocations. It was approved. It has been transferred to municipalities, and municipalities were required to go through a valid recruitment and supply chain process to procure these generators, develop the specifications, and to procure this. So given the fact that we couldn't give to all the wastewater treatment works and the water treatment works, we've decided to give funding also to district municipalities so that they can actually procure mobile generators. So in the event that a municipality in that particular district has a challenge with a smaller treatment works plant, that it could actually take a mobile generator and take it to some of the smaller plants where it has been required or will be required. So while we've given to the local municipalities, we've also given to the district, so that's available in the district in relation of any emergency that can be rotated where the need is the highest in those municipalities. Those has also been transferred. Obviously, there has been a due diligence process in terms of agreements between ourselves and the local municipalities, and between the local municipalities and the districts to assist. So this is just a current status. We are monitoring it on a regular basis. We take regular submissions to the Cabinet as well as the Energy Council to indicate to the Energy Council and the Cabinet the progress in relation to this. You can see here about 10 municipalities have actually fully spent their allocation as at the end of June. The generators have been installed and is operational. 7 have gone through the procurement process. They've awarded it, but they are now waiting delivery of these generators. 4 are still in a supply chain process, and we are dealing with one of which the price came out higher. And we are in a process now to consider whether we can, in this current year, based on our allocations, can actually increase the allocation to that municipality so that the generator can be then purchased. There's also a rollover process, and we are in contact with the Provincial Treasury so that we can actually get approval for the rollovers, and that the funding can then be spent starting this current financial year of the province, but also the new financial year of municipalities. The next slide. This is some of the pictures of the generators that have been delivered and installed by the water treatment works, as well as the wastewater treatment works in municipalities. And the Minister and the Premier have undertaken that they will visit some sites in the due course just to physically go and assess the functionality and the operation of these generators where it have been delivered and installed in municipalities. The second project for which we had funding in the current year and also over the MTF is electrical master planning. We support municipalities with electrical master plans, and that helps chairperson and honourable members to assist municipalities in their planning, particularly for electricity infrastructure. What is the potential growth of the town? What is a current need, but also what is a future need, so that municipalities can actually plan around the electricity supply. And these we call obviously electricity master plans. We have assisted municipalities over the last while. And you can see this is just a depiction of how we assisted municipalities. We have in our baseline supported municipalities since 2015-16 with drafting or otherwise reviewing the existing electrical master plans. And in the last couple of years, we've also assisted municipalities through the Municipal Energy Resilience Project. But we've also increased our own baseline this year to support certain municipalities, but also where it was necessary to review and amend the electrical master plans going forward. So this is the first project. Chairperson, the work has been done. We have now drafted a submission and requesting the Minister of Finance in the province to approve the gazette so that we can transfer the funding to the municipalities so that the work can be undertaken. The second project that we are doing is the solar PV with battery energy storage system. It's a pilot, as I indicated earlier. This is not necessarily, this is some pictures that we displaying here, but it's something similar. In other words, the batteries and inverter will go into a containerized unit with some of the solar panels being on land that's available in municipalities installed there. So we have gone and taken a cabinet submission to cabinet. Our intention is to roll this pilot out in 6 municipalities in the province. They have been identified by predetermined criteria. We have taken it to cabinet. Cabinet has endorsed those 6 municipalities, but obviously it's based on further work that we are required to do with the energy team in the Department of the Premier, as well as our own engineers within the department, but also in liaison with municipalities that have been identified. So the municipalities are Hessequa, Swartland, it's Cape Agulhas, it's Swellendam, it is Prince Albert. Am I missing one? Yeah, 6 municipalities in total that we are considering of piloting this particular project. We have gone on the technical specifications, particularly with Hessequa and Swartland. And we have put off a RFI out, which closed Friday, the 28th of July. We're now in the process of just processing that information that came in. We wanted to test the market to see what is going to be the cost of it. The idea, Honourable Chairperson and members, to have this on a lease option, minimum 3 years. It can be longer, but to determine what will be the unit cost per month on a lease option, so that we can see how do we how do we plan going forward? We have received money or funding between ourselves and the Department of the Premier to fund this project, but testing the market will determine how we will proceed with this project going forward. And we are set to brief the Energy Council in due course about the outcome of the RFI that has been received. We are also assisting municipalities with the, obviously there's an EIA process, and keeping it under 20 megawatt in each of the municipalities and the towns implies a scoping EIA and does not require full EIA. So the idea is, Chairperson, is to have this on a lease option over the minimum of 3 years. And the intention is to make a municipality or a town in a municipality or part of the town load shedding resilient, implying it can be a combination of business and residential areas, that during load shedding will be a spare of load shedding so that business can continue, people can continue work, and there's production. In other areas, it might be we only cater for the residential area, and other areas perhaps for just the business area. But it's still work underway, and we are working closely with the 6 municipalities that have been identified in this pilot. This project is just, we got funding over the MTF Chairperson to help municipalities with the work around the energy resilience in municipalities. We will appoint a number of chief electrical engineers as well as engineers and technicians in the department, but they are fundamentally available for the entire province and particular municipalities. We will determine to what extent possible. We will also be able to appoint project managers to help municipalities in this process of energy resilience. The Department of Infrastructure have received also allocation over the MTF to help with transaction advisors. And in a meeting on Monday, we've established their progress in relation to the appointment of transaction advisors for municipalities. In our consultation with municipalities, there was a request that we appoint the transaction advisors in the province, but that we deploy them to municipalities where there are certain requests. So, Chairperson, that's my conclusion of the presentation. There are 4 projects, and we are in constant liaison or consultation with municipalities where this work is undertaken. The Premier has also indicated that he would now request, particularly the district municipalities, to join in the Energy Council going forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulser. Members, I see that Member Dugmore has joined us. Welcome, Member Dugmore. Members, are there any questions to Mr. Paulser?
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, sir. Members, I see Member Bartman, Member van der Westhuizen, and then Member Dugmore. Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to HOD Paulser for the presentation. I want to firstly find out in the generators for each municipality, it was indicated that 4 are still in the SCM process and 1 that there was a higher amount that was scoped or received in terms of calculations for the generator. If we could just get the particular municipalities that are still in the SCM process, as well as the one that local government is assisting with looking whether it can be accommodated. And then secondly, in terms of the solar PV with containerized battery energy storage pilot, I wanted to find out what the predetermined criteria was in looking at which areas within a municipality or which municipalities qualify for these. And then finally, in terms of the resourcing of the energy team regarding the energy experts, such as the project managers, which was mentioned, as well as the transaction advisors, could we just get some indication as to what specialized skills or expertise specifically are being looked for in those particular experts in order to assist municipalities, because something that we have picked up is that municipalities are quite under-resourced when it comes to some of the experts when it comes to technical matters. So it'd be wonderful if those municipalities can tap into those particular expertise and skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Bartman. Just to add, if I could ask if we could keep our questions to 3 for this round. I will also include Member, I did mention Member Dagmore, but Member Nkondlo and Member Christians in this round as well. Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Paulson, and thank you to Province for what I believe is a highly welcomed support by our local governments. Many of them are struggling financially. Just 3 questions then from my side. The first one is, did the province assist the SCM units of the municipalities with like standard specifications for bids? And related to that, do the tenders include the work to provide, for example, a concrete slab, the linking of the generators to the existing wiring, and perhaps even alarm systems or security regarding this? And did you experience then that this whole package, because my impression is it's not only a generator that's to be purchased and put down and there you go. Has the experience been that the allocated amounts that province provided were enough to cover the costs associated with the purchase and the installation of these generators? And then thirdly, what lessons have you learned, and have other provinces also assisted local governments? Have they been, did you cooperate with other provinces in this regard? Are you sharing best practices? If we could just get that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Dagmore.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone in the meeting. Chair, I would just like to ask the HOD, just to go back a little bit in history, because our understanding is that the municipal energy resilience project was initiated in 2021. So could I firstly just ask the HOD to indicate, the expenditure that was completed, or monies transferred in that phase, because there was initially this municipal energy resilience project back from 2021. And then the second question is basically to ask, I think a lot of the work that's been done, I presume from 2021, needs to look at issues of affordability to consumers. So in regard to research and all the money spent so far on consultants, to do this work, is there an indication as to the unit cost of electricity in the different municipalities, as opposed to the unit cost provided by Eskom? And I know that Eskom is the major supplier in municipalities other than the city of Cape Town. And then also to get some indication as to what is the research saying in regard to the fact that, the majority of municipalities are, procuring power from Eskom and then putting a surcharge, and then in that way generating cash for the municipalities. So, one concern which has been raised is if that is no longer going to be the case in certain municipalities, how does that impact the switch to alternative energy as provided by the municipalities, and that's obviously linked to the cost. How does that impact on the financial viability of municipalities, some of whom rely quite heavily on electricity sales from Eskom? And that's why the issue of the price, which municipalities can provide. I think I'm fully supportive of the view which says that many municipalities are gearing up to be able to manage situations of load shedding by having producing. But will that power that is being produced for that purpose be the same as the same cost at which Eskom is currently providing? Would it be less? Would it be more? And what is the implication of that for the overall financial viability of municipalities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Dagmo. Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for the presentation. My first question relates to the rollover mentioned in the HOD's presentation. I would like to know what is the amount that is being rolled over, and from which projects specifically was affected by the rollovers. The second question, Chair, is that in the electricity master plans referred to, I'm just wanting to check, are there any municipalities that would have completed their master plans? If so, can such be provided? And what is it that they are indicating, particularly around the electricity infrastructure? And I'm raising this because we know, amongst other things, in one presentation in the committee, the other standing committee, one is on economic development. I think Eskom generally has also mentioned the challenge of the distribution infrastructure, especially of municipalities, which, amongst others, also become a cost downstream, especially to the end user, in what a member Dagmo would have been asking about the cost. And I'm saying in this instance, the cost of distribution, which also is affected by the type of infrastructure and its quality to distribute that from either an IPP or Eskom as the main generator at this point, right up to the end user. So I'm trying to understand, if there is any that has already completed their master plans, what is the situation of their distribution infrastructure that is being observed from those, if any? The last one, which is my third question, is on the transaction advisors. I'm interested to know what is the rationale that has made the decision to have transaction advisors appointed by province for municipalities. Is it because there's no capacity in municipalities to appoint transaction advisors on their own? I mean, considering that, amongst others, the issue of municipalities being independent sphere is something that actually the minister would also like to raise in the House. So I'm trying to understand, from a governance point of view, what is this value or the strategic choice to have transaction advisors appointed at a provincial level for municipalities, instead of them appointing transaction advisors on their own for projects that will be implemented by the municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Member Christians?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation, HOD. And just a couple of questions also. The HOD has mentioned that, the rollout of energy resilience municipalities, it's 6 municipalities that they've identified. And out of those municipalities, there will be certain areas, he mentioned businesses and also residential areas, that will be free of load shedding. Now, the question is that, how do they determine, the municipality department, how do they determine which residential areas will then be load shedding free? And of course, when we look at businesses, big business in those municipalities that's successful, they usually go, to for solar panels and have their own electricity generated. Now, the question is, I'm just asking now, is the municipality and the department maybe looking at, when you speak to business hubs, because not everybody can afford to have their solar panels put in, small business cannot afford that. I'm just asking if business hubs, if they're getting business hubs together to help one another, so the department or the municipality partner with the business to say, listen, this is our plan, but we're trying to help the entire business area in, say, for instance, Laingsburg. We want to try to help assist those businesses. So let's put our heads together and see how we can also help this very small business that's struggling, that cannot go on, independent energy resources. Just that question, because you see, when the department and municipality assist in a business area, I would like that to be, the partnership should extend. How do you then assist one another as to work only with certain businesses? So that's my question. The question is, how did the department come with load shedding free zones for businesses and residential? Businesses I can understand, residential I don't understand that. Why should certain people be load shedding free and others not? So if the HOD can just elaborate on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Christians. Members Brinkers and Marie, I'm going to take your questions in the second round because those are quite a few questions, and I'm going to afford Mr. Paulser the opportunity to answer those questions first. So, Mr. Paulser, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you for the questions. So if I can just maybe refer to Honourable Bartman's questions. The municipality that requested additional assistance is Laingsburg municipality. The price came in slightly higher. And we are now assessing that request from Laingsburg with a view to see to what extent we can actually support them based on our existing funding. And in due course, we will respond to Laingsburg to assist them with additional funding. But obviously, there is a due diligence process within the department that we adhere to, and we will, as I say, respond in due course to the municipality. At conclusion of this, I will just ask also the engineers, they are on the platform, which are the 4 municipalities, in relation to where we are currently assisting those municipalities that are in a supply chain process. So we have, as part of the energy team and the department, have developed criteria in consultation with municipalities, as well as the energy team in the Department of the Premier. And some of the criteria that have been identified are as follows. So, Honourable Member Dagmar has made the reference to the Municipal Energy Resilience Programme. The idea was that where municipalities in that particular program is in a pioneering stage, that we would exclude those municipalities from particularly the battery solar option. And those municipalities were Saldanha Bay, George, Drakensberg, Stellenbosch, Mossel Bay, and Cape Town City. They are part from the, as I say, the Municipal Energy Resilience Program, and if we can just latch onto that program. So it has been driven by the Department of Economic Development. I don't have the figures with me right now, but we can definitely obtain those figures to say what has been spent by that department since 2021 in relation to those projects. So one of the criteria was to exclude those particular municipalities. Another criteria that has been considered is the economic and the employment impact on the town, and that should be considered. And also the idea was that one municipality per district to ensure that the principle of equity is applied across the province. So we have identified more or less one municipality per district. And obviously, there should be some form of stability in that kind of municipality. There should be capacity, good governance practices in that particular municipality. And the key thing, Honourable Chairperson, is that the required demand, in other words, the notified maximum demand should be less than 20 megawatt. As soon as you go over 20 megawatt, you need to go in a process of a full EIA, and it implies that that EIA on average is in excess of 300 days. And given the fact that there's a pilot in some kind of emergency, so to speak, the idea was to keep it below the 20 megawatt. The important thing is that land is available in the municipality that's not dedicated for other purposes. Our initial estimation was that it require about 1.8 hectares for 1 megawatt. And that land should be available, and obviously to the extent that there is some kind of EIA process in the process, but otherwise can be started immediately. The land should have also been where this the 1.8 hectares times the megawatts required could be located within proximity of the municipality and the town electrical network. So, Chairperson, this is not using the network of Eskom, but using the network of the municipality. And this land should be approximate to the injection point in the municipal grid. And that was also predetermined. The municipality must demonstrate its own commitment and also available funds, because we have also indicated that there's some parts that the municipality will have to fund, while the province will pay on approval for the lease option, for the installation and so on. And then the municipality must also have the required technical capacity to run with this project. In other words, it should be a direct infrastructure appointed functional electrical department and so on. And obviously, the entire distribution network in the town must be a municipal network. So I think we would have difficulty if we had to take that across a Eskom network. And that was some of the criteria that was based. And obviously, I've mentioned which municipalities those were, and those were some of the criteria that we've used in identify the municipalities. But there has been a number of engagements by the Energy Council, by the energy team with municipalities, and there was a amount of presentations made by those municipalities and so on. And taking into consideration all that in the criteria, these 6 municipalities were then identified. Just the skill on the resourcing, I think municipalities have requested some kind of support in relation to the electrical engineers and chief electrical engineers technicians. And the idea is actually to help municipalities with this. So I think we are struggling to get this particular skill employed in the province. We normally not go a single recruitment and selection process, but to a number to get these employed. So it's really a critical and a scarce skill in the province. And the idea is that as we've done in the past, where they were employed in the department, actually to deploy where needed and provide support and assistance to municipalities. So we have, Chairperson, we have worked very closely with the municipalities on our own members van der Weer's question. The supply chain unit of the Provincial Treasury have worked with us. And so it includes the installation of this PV solarized system. And amongst others, it will include, if necessary, if there is a concrete slab and so on. What we put in the RFI, Honourable Chairperson, is the costing around security, along camera systems, along decommissioning the system after the lease option. There was also ideas around when the solar panels are installed and the containerized units laid down and installed, also to look at the possible fencing. But how we proceed with this, Honourable Chairperson, fundamentally is based on the feedback that we get in terms of the RFI, and we will apply that information to the balance of the municipalities going forward. We have allocated about 30 million over the MTF for this particular project, and the Department of the Premier has likewise also over the MTF budgeted similar amounts. So just on the lessons learned, we had the Cocter Department of Gauteng Province with us to understand what we are doing and to share our initiatives, and they have shared their initiatives with us, what they are doing to help municipalities to become energy resilient. We've done likewise, and we've also had a similar request, Honourable Chairperson, from the Cocter Department of KwaZulu-Natal to do a benchmarking exercise in terms of our initiatives to get municipalities in the province energy resilient, and I would assume that also to share their experience with us. But that meeting with KwaZulu-Natal, that has been scheduled, but due to other commitments, we couldn't make that date. But we have rescheduled that work or intention to visit the province. I've answered just the question in Honourable Member Dugmore's question around the Municipal Energy Resilience Project. And so we're working in this initiative with those that are not the pioneering municipalities in that. I understand from the Department of Economic Development there is much work being done in relation to that. They also report to the meeting on Monday mornings that we have to monitor and track the progress of all these energy projects. They also report on that. But as I say, I don't have the amounts with me immediately, but I can obtain it from the head of department, Valele Dube, if the committee so request. Just in terms of the research on the surcharge and the financial sustainability, that's municipalities have raised that with us. So there's two initiatives at the moment. The Department of Local Government has been tasked by the Premier to do work around the energy mix. What is the ideal energy mix for a municipality? And then based on that energy mix, the department or the Provincial Treasury will develop a revenue model for municipalities based on that energy mix. In addition to that, Honourable Chairperson, the energy team in the Department of the Premier is developing what they call an integrated resource plan. And part of the resource plan is to do this energy mix, but also to do the cost of supply studies. We just had on Monday a detailed discussion on how we proceed with the cost of supply studies. And that will determine what the tariffs would look like, what the energy mix is in the municipalities, what will be required from Eskom, what will the kind of tariffs be, and what will be the surcharge. And so what will also be charged to business citizens, and all the detail that the Honourable Member Dugmore has asked will be revealed in what we call this cost of supply studies going forward. So we are working with the team in the Department of the Premier, and we are trying to obtain funding to undertake these cost of supply studies. And according to the advisor in the Department of the Premier, it's a key component of the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan, to understand what is the impact in terms of the energy mix, but what is it in terms of the tariff and the charges in relation to the energy supplied and the energy purchase, if it is in the case of energy, so of Eskom. So, Chairperson, what we are doing now, it's a discussion that we had on Monday, but we are now having discussions to see how are we going to resource or fund these cost of supply studies in municipalities to get a better understanding of the energy mix, but also of the tariff modeling and the revenue obtained from the energy mix, and how that compares then with particularly other suppliers like Eskom. So there is, I mentioned the RP rollover, so I'm going to just ask Ed and her team. There is, we are in contact with the Provincial Treasury. The money was available on the 30th of June, but obviously in the municipal financial year, it extends now beyond the municipal year into the new financial year of municipalities. And we are now asking, given the fact that that funding has been committed through a supply chain process, that the Provincial Treasury grant us approval, so that municipalities that can go ahead and procure and have the generators delivered. But Ida can just explain that. The electricity master plans is actually a requirement, and as part of our support to municipalities over many years, this department has supported municipalities with infrastructure master planning. It gives the idea of the growth, it gives the idea of the demand where it should be in future as the towns grow and develop, but it also gives an idea of the infrastructure that needs to develop and the state of the current infrastructure in that particular municipality. And it's ideal to review and amend the electricity master plans after 5 years. And this is a work that we've done. It's our form of support to municipalities, initially from this department, but given that this also forms a crucial part of the integrated resource plan, we have now been able to just accelerate based on our own baseline funding that we have given to municipalities. Just Chairperson, in relation to the transaction advisors, we had written request from a number of municipalities, given the complexity around the energy projects. We have received a number of written requests for support for transaction advisors or otherwise program managers or project managers, but fundamentally transaction advisors. Between myself and the HOD for infrastructure, Jackie Goods, we have met all the municipalities to get an idea and understanding whether that is a need and how that should be composed. We had a meeting with all the municipal managers and their directors where they were present. And the request was that they need that assistance from the province. And the idea is the request on that platform was that it would be ideal if the Western Cape government actually procure them so that they can actually be deployed. But they only just work in single municipalities. They can be deployed throughout the province. So that was a need that the municipalities has expressed to the province. Just in terms of Honourable Member Christian's question, so we've worked with the municipalities and based on the criteria, identified certain towns, but it largely depends on the megawatt. So if a municipality is perhaps 6.5 megawatt and require solar panels to the extent, and there's only a factor that they use times 3, say it's 19.5 megawatt, then it implies that you can actually make that entire town, both residential and the industrial areas, load shedding free, or that hours that load shedding does occur in those towns. But because in certain towns that the notified maximum demand is higher it implies that the municipality will have to decide which parts of the town they will make load shedding free and which areas in the industrial areas will they remote. But our intention is as far as possible to make the entire town during those load shedding periods load shedding free. But it's still further work that we need to undertake. And Honourable Chairperson, there has been an idea to assist, and it has been mooted at this point in time. I don't know the progress with that intention. It has been mooted that we must look at small scale or small businesses, how we can incentivize them also with alternative energy in the form of solar battery and so on. We had initial discussions around it. How do we do that? But I can definitely inquire as to how we have progress with that initiative, and I think that's in the domain, if I recall correctly, of the Department of Economic Development. But there were initial discussions to see how do we incentivize small business with alternative energy. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulser. Member Brinkhuis?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning again. Good morning to everybody. Chair, my question to the HOD is that are we winning the fight against cable theft across the municipalities in the Western Cape? If I can just get some update, and definite answer that are we winning or are we still struggling in terms of the cable theft phenomena that is, across all the municipalities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Brinkhuis. And finally, Member Murray.
Yes, Chairperson, I've listened to all the questions and there's more questions than answers, but some answers were good. The main thing here is National has 3 ministers to solve this problem, but it seems most of the work is done in the province. How much of these ideas, which has been mooted in what I've read so far, has come from National, and how much has come from our own Premier and our own departments? Are any of these suggestions, does it have the full backing of the National Minister of Energy, or is the province running ahead of National in terms of what they are busy implementing? There's a specific reason why I asked this. I won't enunciate on it now. I just want to know how many of these things we are busy with to assist municipalities in the various ideas we have, has the full backing and is done with the full knowledge and input of the national ministers.
Thank you, Member Murray. Mr. Paulser?
Thank you, Chairperson. So just on the first question, just on the cable theft. So Chairperson, I'm on the Prof joints with General Patekele, and I lead a committee in the Prof joints, and that's a separate committee by the land invasions. But there's also a non-ferrous metals a priority committee in Prof joints, and so there's extensive discussions on cable theft with various municipalities, with various businesses, and the South African Police Services actually lead that priority committee in Prof joints, and we get regular feedback of the work that they are doing. And my impression of the work that they're doing and the presentations that they have and the successes that they have, it appears that they are successful because they do apprehend these cable thieves, and they show us by illustration, by various photos, how cables have been recovered, stolen cables, and how they have bucket-loads of these cables and how they recover them over time. So there is a committee that looks at it, and I think we're particularly working with the police as well as particularly in this case, the city of Cape Town as well, and where all the other regional directors of the police is also present. So just on the question of Honourable Marais, so we have put the cabinet have put 1.1 billion, I speak under correction, over the MTF to help with various energy projects. Honourable Chairperson, Minister Ramagopa and his advisors, one of his advisors were in attendance last week in the Energy Council. And Minister Ramagopa has indicated what they are doing currently to resolve the challenges around load shedding. And Minister Ramagopa has requested that at the next session he would like to have an indication of what we are doing in the province. And he has encouraged the province to assist, to help and deal with the local problems in relation to load shedding. So perhaps, Chairperson, is also a question, Honourable Chairperson, a question that can be directed to the Premier, as the Premier is the Chairperson of the Energy Council, and on invite of the Premier, Minister Ramagopa has been in attendance and so on. But there's also further meetings taking place now with the advisors of Minister Ramagopa, and I was requested to be in that meeting, but obviously I've prioritized this engagement. So I would welcome if you perhaps also direct that question to the Premier. But it appears on the discussions last week in the Energy Council, there's a good relationship between the National Minister and the province in relation to the projects that we are undertaking. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulser. Members, if there are no further questions to Mr. Paulser and his team, let me just ask if there are no further questions.
I just want to leave this with I've heard that the electricity minister, he also attends, but that was not my question. Did he attend any meeting? I asked a question, are any of these proposals at his initiative, or did the province come up with it through the Premier's own committee, and that we didn't need his proposals? That was my question.
Thank you, Member Marais. Member Nkundlo?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I get my answer on the rollover amount and the projects that would have been affected by the rollover? Secondly, Chair, I just wanted to understand, is this department also involved in the identification and distribution of the energy starter kits to the deserving families? And if so, has that project already started? Which municipalities have already started to roll out the energy kits? Thanks.
Thank you, Member Nkundlo. Mr. Paulser?
Chairperson, just on my observation, and this is my personal observation, I think there's general support for the projects that we are undertaking in the province. But ideally, I suggest that the question be asked to the Premier, that can enlighten the committee more. I will ask Edith just to respond to the rollovers and also those 4 municipalities. Just the last question, the energy packs, we do play a role. We have played a role in terms of identifying who are the indigents in municipalities and liaised with municipalities along those lines. We have also that information on our database, and we provided that to the Department of the Premier. My understanding, based on discussions this Monday past, that that process in terms of the energy pack is still in the supply chain process. And my understanding is that that process will conclude, the advertising of the supply chain process will conclude in due course, which obviously will then indicate how the Department of the Premier is going to proceed with the load shedding packs for citizens in the various municipalities. Thank you, Chairperson. Ira, can you just respond to those, please?
Thank you, HOD. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members. I also see that there are mayors and MMs on the platform. Good morning. I will just respond to the two questions. Honourable Member, the 4 municipalities that are still currently busy with their supply chain processes, and I may just need to give a little bit of context also, are the following 4: Prince Albert Municipality, Witzenberg, Laingsburg, and Cape Winans District Municipality. The context that I need to, however, give Honourable Chairperson is that in all 4 instances, these municipalities have already gone through 1 round of supply chain, but to various reasons did not find responsive bids, and therefore they needed to repeat the process and start afresh. In all 4 instances, with the exception of Laingsburg, they have already started with a 2nd round of supply chain to try and find bidders. And in the Laingsburg instance, my HOD have indicated that that is in the municipality that are requesting a little bit of an additional funding, which the department is currently looking at. Ourselves, as well as the Provincial Treasury, are providing technical support to these municipalities to also help them to just finalize this phase of the project that they are busy with. Honourable Chairperson, the second question around the rollover, I have the exact amounts in front of me. So what happens on a practical level is that when we get to the end of the financial year for municipalities, which is the end of June, they have to ask for a rollover to be able to continue with the spending in their next financial year. Because of the urgency of this project, the Provincial Treasury created a special opportunity to do the rollover slightly earlier, and we are currently busy with that process. What then happens is that the municipalities need to ask for a rollover from the Provincial Treasury to be able to continue with the expenditure, and us as the lead department are requested to provide our view or are we supporting or not supporting the rollover application. That is very important just to mention. Our support is then premised on our interaction with the municipality, us visiting the municipality and also understanding if there is a full commitment from the municipality side to be able to continue and being able to spend the funding. And on that basis, then we provide our support for the rollover application. So in terms of that, we have received an application for roughly 60% of the full amount. That's just over 48 million, with a number of projects in municipalities of which I have the detail here. I must also indicate that at least 7 of those municipalities, honourable members, have already placed orders for their generators and are just waiting for these rollover processes to conclude so that they can finish the payment. Just to also emphasize what my HOD said, the engineers in our department are monitoring this very, very closely, and as a matter of fact returned last night from a number of site visits where generators are being delivered at the moment, so that we monitor and are able to provide regular and frequent monthly updates to our HOD and Minister. Thank you, Chairperson HOD.
Thank you very much. May I ask my question? Why is the Laingsburg generator so expensive?
Chairperson, it's there has been an initial assessment done for Laingsburg, and based on the initial assessment, we've allocated 60,000. We were in discussions with Laingsburg Municipality, the Jaffe Boyson, and the engineer, and so the pricing that came back, it's a bit higher, and based on that, they've written us a letter requesting for assistance. So it appears that the initial calculations were a bit underestimated for the cost of the generator in Laingsburg. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, that's not good, but anyway. Okay, members, if there are no further questions. Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to follow up on the Laingsburg generator, the HOD indicated that the calculations were underestimated. So there's no generator in the Western Cape that can fit the current budget that you've given Laingsburg. Is there no other place that they can get the generator from in the Western Cape? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson.
Chairperson, I think it's both the costing, but it's also the size of the generator that has been underestimated. So in our view, they require a much bigger generator for Laingsburg.
Okay, thank you. Member Marie?
Yes. Last question, sir. Thank you for indulging. The shale gas in the Karoo, I've brought this up, I think, twice already. Is there any way that the environmental people will agree that we can make use of that shale gas? There's trillions of tons of shale gas. Mossgas has already used some of it. Mossgas continuously use some of that gas because the gas they have in Mossel Bay is not good enough for what they are busy with, producing a petrol fuel. So they're using that gas, but I believe environmental lobby, they object to actually drilling there for shale gas. If this is going to be with us load shedding up till 2026, was it ever considered to make a special application and to go into an agreement with Mossgas that if they continue to use gas, shale gas, generate energy, that they can make an agreement with us to give us some of it? Or haven't they even thought of it? Thanks.
Thank you. Last time, Mr. Paulson?
Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the question. I'm not capacitated to respond to that question, but I move from the premise that in the broader IRP for the province, that the gas in the Central Karoo area will also be considered as an option. And I will conclude with that response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Paulson, thank you very much for your attendance. And Ms. Jonker, we will thank you very much. You are free to leave if you so need to. But we will now move on to our next items, which is the engagements with the municipalities for the infrastructure allocations, including the emergency funding. We're going to start. We're going to start with the West Coast District Municipality, and what we will do is we will have the presentations. Then I think it's best if we ask the presentations. We have questions to the presentations as they arise. So we will have the West Coast District Municipality and then questions to that afterwards. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say welcome to our speaker, Mr. Kalilau. He's part of a meeting now.
Thank you. So before you start, I apologize. There are some people who joined us subsequently. It's Alderman Rian de Vries from the Burgerrivier Municipality, and Speaker Lowe and Councillor Teresa Leroux Rousseau. Yeah. So are you able to flag your presentation, please? Thank you. We can see it.
All right. Thank you. Firstly, we are thankful for the 1.9 million allocation from the department for the procurement of the generators. The allocation plus additional own funds was spent, and two generators was delivered. In addition, with the allocated fund, additional funding was allocated through the Withoogte water treatment works, which was also delivered for payment for permanent installation. We also express our thanks to Saldanha Bay Municipality with the assistance of 450 kilowatt generators during the high load shedding stages. We've got additional 2 generators where we was permanently work in Withoogte, and the other 2 we will start putting them on trailers so we can take them around for where it is necessary. I think the problem is it must be theft-free. The 2 generators will be mobile. And then we've got Witwatersrand solar energy project. The intent is to have a 1.2 megawatt solar plant, and it is phased as follows. Phase 1, generation of 161 kilowatt power with a total cost of 2.8 million rand, and this is our own funding, and it started in May and June, and we're still busy with that one. And then phase 2, generation of 338 kilowatt power with a battery backup of solution, and that will be a total cost of 14 million rand, and it's owned funding or partnership. And then phase 3, that will be phase 2 will be December 2023, and then we'll say phase 3 is generating of 851 kilowatt power with battery backup solution, and the total cost of 15 million rand, and it is owned funding or partnership as well, and that will be April 2024 as planned. Current discussions with Matsikama Municipality and the Development Bank of Africa follow a pre-feasibility study, and to partner with funding with feasibility or bankability studies and further environmental considerations for building a phase of 20 megawatt solar plant on land already procured there in Matsikama. Fourth point is recommendation tabled at the DCF for grid assessment study of municipal and Eskom infrastructure to determine state. And 6, we also discuss how we as collective can give effect to the Section 84(1) of the Municipal Structure Act, which states that the district has the power to bulk supply of electricity, which includes for the purpose of supply and transmission, distribution, and where applicable, the generation of electricity. So this is from the West Coast District side. Thank you, Chair. Questions, you can ask questions.
Sorry, I'm just checking on the chat. Member Nkundla asks, is there a presentation so we can follow it? Can you distribute that presentation via Ms. Kluti so that she can send it to the members, please?
Yes, we'll do so. It's fine.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions to that presentation?
Yes, sir.
I see Member Pretorius first because Member Marie, yours was a legacy hand. So I will ask Member Pretorius to go first. Member Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just on a point of information, please. I think it was under paragraph 4 where reference was made for a phase 20 megawatt solar plant in cooperation or conjunction with the Development Bank of South Africa. If this proceeds and it reaches its final stages, in other words, the final phase, is the intention to sell some of that electricity elsewhere? Surely it can't be for Matsikama only. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Pretorius. Member Nkundla.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I got the presentation or the presenter well. Have they already received their funding for the generator, especially the online, the mobile one that was referred to by, I think, the HOD as yet? Secondly, I'm interested if they've also have completed their master plan, their electricity master plan, especially given that that particular district has got a huge industry, particularly in Saldanha. I mean, which you would have recently had a situation, I think, of closing down of one of the big companies there. So I'm trying to understand that from that master plan, obviously would have understood what are their current and future energy demands, especially given the huge industrial projects that are happening, particularly within the Saldanha area. So I think it's just getting that clarity at this point on on those two. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Member Marais?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we should look a bit bigger, broader. I hear them talking about 1.2 megawatts solar energy, which will be in 3 phases. But as we know, that on average, a megawatt can only supply electricity to about 650 houses. I would just like them to comment if I'm close enough, because that's what my research tells me, 650 megawatts, because it's not that much electricity. So what are you doing to cut down on the usage of pool pumps? Some people keep their pool pumps running the whole day. Some keep it for 1 hour, 2 hours. Now, people must now learn to save. Is there any plans to encourage pool owners or to prohibit them from having their pools running the whole day? Because it can also consume quite a lot of electricity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Marais. Over to the presenters on those 4 questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask my David Joubert, to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members for those questions. David Joubert, the Municipal Manager. Perhaps just in the order of how the questions was asked, Member Pretorius, the question on the usage of the energy in the Machikama region. So it will be predominantly for Machikama, for the municipal sewage works, water treatment works, and some of the other infrastructure. And all excess generated from that particular site will also be available to industry or those users within the area to also make sure that there's optimal usage of the energy being generated on site. So we have also identified a mining site. But that's still further work to be done and undertaken within the feasibility study and the bankability. So we're gonna keep a close eye on that and also obviously report as and when required to the relevant stakeholders. And then to Member Nkondlo, the question on the funding. Yes, we have received all of the funding. In fact, with the purchase and the procurement of the 2 generators, and the allocation of 1.9 million, we added additional to that, about the 200,000 rand. And what we now in process is building 2 mobile trailers, which we can then utilize for moving those generators to sites where it's required, as was the indication by HOD Paulson also. So that cost will be for our account, and we will then make sure that we also pick up on the maintenance and the safeguarding of that particular generators throughout our area. And I'm hoping then also, as there's challenges at waterworks or at sewerage works, that we will be able to alleviate some of those pressures when we've got higher stages of load shedding. Then on the specific question of the electricity master plans, we have tabled a recommendation to have a whole of district energy master plan to understand what is in the municipal grid as well as the Eskom grid and what are those capacity constraints. As has been indicated, some of the municipalities do have those plans. There is a good assessment already. So our initial will be to first do a desktop study and then determine what are those particular gaps or areas where there isn't any information and how we then can be able to respond to that particular capacity constraints and what we need to also consider going forward for infrastructure implementation. I do take note of the point of the industry in the Saldanha region, and as we also participated in a discussion, particularly around ArcelorMittal And the closing down previously, one of the big constraints was the cost of energy, cost of water, as well as transportation to that. But there is now renewed discussions on the green hydrogen, and I do think the Freeport Saldanha IDZ, they are facilitating some of those discussions, and we also requested that more information be shared so that we also make it part of our IDP, and hoping then if we are able to get the recommendation from the DCF, that we will have a full energy master plan for the whole of the district, be it Eskom or municipal infrastructure, as well as looking at to what private owners have on their particular sites and what the impact of that can be on the grid. So hoping that we, with this plan, and it's well spotted, that we will have a good sense in the next year or two of where we need to put our focus and where we can support. Perhaps the support should be with the green hydrogen or the Saldanha initiative, or it might be elsewhere, as long as there's excess energy available, that we do not need to do small pieces of work across the district. Then, Chairperson, I would like to, Honourable Chair, move to then the question by Member Marais is, Member Marais, the 1.2 megawatts is not for household usage. That is at a Witwatersrand water treatment works outside of Mauriceburg, which has a 70 megaliter plant capacity and supply water to the whole of the Saldanha, parts of Swartland, and a small part in the Bergrivier municipal area. So that energy to be generated is to ensure that the water treatment works is optimally being used over in a 24-hour cycle, because at current we are pumping and cleaning water at a higher cost than anticipated, and obviously we also want to reduce that cost. So where we had the benefit of pumping during time of use or lower tariffs, we do not have that liberty again. So this particular plant will not be for any households, but primarily for the water treatment works. And any excess generated from there, we will see to what extent it can be taken up by neighboring properties within the vicinity. Honourable Chair, I think those are the 4 questions to be responded to, and I hope I did justice in responding to them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benjubad. There is this need for the second round. Member Dugmore.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. No, it was just a point of order to inform everyone present that Banyana have just scored and are leading Italy 2-1 at the moment in the World Cup.
Thank you so much for that update, Mr. Member
That's a shock without electricity.
Thank you very much, Member Dugmore. If there are no further follow-ups for that point or for the West Coast District Municipality, Member Nkondlo.
No, thanks, Chair. 2 small ones. I think I just wanted to understand, because I think my follow-up question would have been, indeed, what has been an indication from industry, particularly in the West Coast District and Saldanha in particular, both I think domestic and international industry, to some of these renewable or IPP projects in that region, given that it's a really an industrial heavy sort of an area. So I think partly I'm covered by the response on ArcelorMittal, and one would have hoped to just get some clarity about such a master plan. Is it still being developed? Is it there already? To start try to understand what is the energy mix sort of needed in that regional economy, and who are the likely partners in terms of appetite that would have been sought. So if there could be just that clarity, is that master plan, is it in progress? Are you still busy with the research, or what is the situation? The other one, Chair, given that actually this region, West Coast, was amongst the first to get, a wind farm, the Sere wind farm, which is in Matsikama. So what would have been the lessons learned to take that to the next phase of what the municipalities and province are doing here, so that we don't repeat pilots after pilots, whilst especially as a district, you would have had a national project, a solar project, which I'm assuming lessons would have been learned from that, so that at least you are already ahead in the next phase of implementing any solar-related projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just because they may not be part of this meeting when we get to our resolutions, I want to say at this stage already, I think we welcome all additional generation capacity being created, and I would like to ask that they, in future, keep us informed of the progress with this wonderful initiative. And congratulations on the work done this far. Thank you.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Dagmo, is that another
No.
score update?
No. Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I just wanted to ask, the presenters from local government, that looking at, the initiatives around providing alternative energy, we sometimes, look at solutions which would involve, the municipality procuring directly the services of a company to introduce solar and so on. But I think the question that I want to ask, and possibly Mr. Polser and the department can also respond to this, I think the actual economic participation by communities in the generation of power is not something that I'm hearing from any of the presentations. For instance, I'm aware of a pilot in Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality where community cooperatives are embarking on a process of, installing solar on buildings, not just houses, open fields, etc., and then generating power for a cooperative, and looking at the issue of selling that into the grid, and exploring models where then the households or the members of that cooperative would then be able to, supplement their household income by being able to be part of sharing in the price that they sell that electricity for back to the grid. So I just want to ask, is there any thinking about the involvement, firstly of local business, but secondly, actually community participation through cooperatives in the generation of additional power? I think that's very important for the overall imperative that we have about increasing disposable income for families. We know that many families are surviving on various forms of grants. There's a huge amount of unemployment. But the model of community and cooperative generation of power seems to me something that is being neglected. Maybe I'm wrong. I would just like to ask if there's any thinking around that by the municipalities who've presented to us, and whether Mr. Polser has any ideas on that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Dugmore. Mr. Polser has left the meeting already. So what I suggest we do, with your indulgence, that we put that as a resolution, and we ask Ms. Kluti to send him that question in writing, so he can answer that to the committee. Mr. Hubert, the questions from Member Nkondlo, if you could answer those, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much for, again, an opportunity to respond. Member Nkondlo, maybe what we've indicated is that all of the local municipalities have an electricity master plan, and that takes care of own infrastructure. And we are now in discussions of having a district energy master plan to ensure that we identify those gaps of infrastructure and the capacity constraints within the grid. And that will also, as part of the desktop, will highlight the usage, both from a municipal usage as well as industry usage, and how we need to cater for that, and determine also what sources of energy is closest to that particular area or geographical area, and how we need to plan for that going forward. So at current, there isn't a district energy master plan. This is what we envisage, and this is what will be tabled to the DCF, and that plan still needs to be developed. But there's already good information reflected in the respective energy master plans or electricity master plans of the local municipalities that will give us a good indication, just with a little bit of desktop research, as to what the current state of affairs is, what is the usage profile, and what type of infrastructure is already in existence within the district. But we will also make sure that we report regularly and frequently to the committee to keep you abreast of this energy master plan for the district. Thank you very much. And we do take note of Member van der Westhuizen's comment, and we really do appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Mr. Ubed, the second question from Member Nkundlo about the lessons learned from the wind farm. I don't think you've answered that question, sir.
Oh, my apologies. I've made a note here, and I would like to refer that Honourable Chairperson to the Acting Municipal Manager, Mr. Phillips, who's on the platform also. I do not have the current state, but if he can respond to that, it will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, members and colleagues. My name is Lionel Phillips, and I'm the Acting Municipal Manager of Matikama Municipality. The municipality has two renewable energy generators, if I can call it that, which is the Sera wind farm. It's a 100 megawatt generator. And then we also have a 20 megawatt solar farm generator that's owned by a partnership between a local company, I think it's Old Mutual, and Solaire Direct is a French company. The Sera wind farm is obviously 100% owned by Eskom. Now, the key lessons, or what we started out with this, when we started off with the project, we were hoping that we could use this project as a benefit to the Matikama municipalities in terms of developing the economy. But unfortunately, the municipality as such doesn't benefit from these two farms that we have here, because they're in the national grid and it's controlled by Eskom. So when Eskom switches off load shedding, despite the fact that these are renewable energy plants that's supposed to help us when we have load shedding, they switch that also off for reasons unbeknown to us. We've inquired to them. We've made many applications to them, asking them if they could keep that on, because we have serious problems with our waterworks and sewage works. But unfortunately, they switch it off, and we do not have access to that. So they're currently busy at the Sera wind farm to build a energy storage plant. I think it's an 80 megawatt energy storage plant that they built there. They should be done with it within 6 months from now. And that hopefully will help us to keep the energy, to be more of a benefit to Matikama municipality when we have load shedding. But currently, that the two farms, the solar and wind farm, doesn't benefit Matikama municipality at all. What we've also learned is that wind farms does not generate a lot of energy. It doesn't generate a lot of employment for the local communities. It's very much high tech, skills that are required, and very little of that to run a wind farm that is up and running. Building the wind farm, that construction phase we know that creates quite a number of jobs, but that's only for that period. Similar with the solar farm. Slightly different with the solar farm is that it does require, more low-skill employment after the construction period, and that is to keep the solar panels clean. They need to be washed regularly to get optimal sun exposure, and that creates a few jobs over that period. So we are hoping with the project that we're working with the district that we're going to learn from these lessons and then do something differently when we build with the district a plant that can supply energy, especially to the Matikama municipality, because that can help us to build our industries, to attract investment, which we can't do with the Eskom Sierra wind farm and with the Solar Direct solar energy farm. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Member Dagmo, I see your hand is up. I know that they didn't ask your question, they answer your question about cooperatives. I know that was towards the local government, but I think would you like them to answer your question as well? And do you have a follow-up,
yes,
sir?
Chair. Yes, Chair, thanks. No, my question was directed both at the municipalities who are briefing the committee and, the HOD. And, I don't know if I need to repeat the question, but I'm really just trying to ask whether amongst the solutions being investigated, whether there is thinking or discussion around the setting up of community energy cooperatives who would be able to, through that cooperative, sell access to the grid, and then through that way increase household income. Just if there isn't thinking about it, that's fine. But I just want to establish whether there is any thinking going on around that approach to generating additional energy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see Mr. Paulse is back. Mr. Ube, if you can answer that question on behalf of the district municipality, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Member Dagmo, maybe just to say that we haven't thought about any cooperatives, so perhaps something for us to think about and how we're going to deal with it. However, what we have thought about is enterprise and supply development for a solar farm at our treatment works, and particularly also post the construction phase is the cleaning of those panels and the general maintenance thereof, as well as the security that goes along with it. So we are hoping then to make it part of the project to also create an opportunity for those households staying close by. But we haven't thought about the cooperatives and perhaps something that I will take up with our leadership as to how we can deal with that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Paulse, I saw your hand. Would you like to answer that as well, sir?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you for the question. So from a departmental perspective, there's no thinking around cooperatives at this point in time. We know that Eskom has piloted a similar project in I think, speak under correction, in Kalmo, where they supplied the citizens there with batteries and solar. But obviously that's for personal use. It's not necessary for any wheeling options selling back to the municipality and so on. At this stage, Honourable Chairperson, I think there's extensive discussions where businesses came forward of providing solar, rooftop solar on their business and so on, and where they've entered into discussions with municipalities by means of the wheeling agreements, selling back to municipalities and so on, or other businesses in that municipalities. But the initiative around cooperatives have not been investigated, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. One more round of questions, if possible. Member Marais.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to finally know, I've raised this before and there's been discussions about it. We talk about spikes, and Eskom keep on saying there's a spike, and that's why they're trying to reduce that when people use so much electricity during a certain period. But now they encourage people to have inverters and generators, which in any case feeds off the grid. I can't understand the logic here. Those people who's got inverters and generators, when electricity is available, they load their batteries. Thousands of batteries is being loaded. So you're not saving electricity when it comes to load shedding, because people already have amassed a lot of electricity and stored it in batteries. So what is the idea actually behind this? It only means people take electricity in advance, so that when there's a load shedding, they still have electricity, and that's only the wealthy who have that. The poor people now have extended load shedding because the wealthy used electricity up before load shedding. What is the plan?
Thank you, Member Marie. Member Dagmar?
Chair, thanks. Chairperson, I think previously I have raised the issue of schools in particular, and there's all this money being spent on various consultants to look at different options. I mean, obviously at a municipality like Matsikama, would have a fewer number of schools. Other municipalities would have a greater number of schools, etc. But what I want to try and find out, is there any specific study that around the cost benefit analysis of a sort of a standard high school or a standard primary school being equipped with solar, and then looking at the school's energy needs that through a particular month, and whether that school through the solar would be able to produce enough for its own needs. At one level, if that was sustainable, it would be greatly beneficial to the school in terms of saving electricity bills. On the other hand, it's the previous point that I raised, there is also the danger that if that is a sustainable model and all of the schools in a particular municipality then go that way, that is obviously revenue that the the municipality relies on. But I think that I know that there are a number of people in the private sector looking at this option, but does either the department or the municipalities that we're engaging, have they looked at kind of a standard cost benefit analysis about what a school needs in an average month, what can be produced? Obviously, places which have, longer hours of sunshine would possibly be more viable. Maybe that's in regions like the West Coast and the Karoo and so on. But I just want, my direct question is there a comprehensive feasibility study on this issue of schools generating their own power? Obviously, that would, the other benefit, of course, at an overall level would be that, that's less energy required from the grid and so on. But I personally haven't seen such a sustainability cost benefit study. Is there one? Is there work being done on this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. Okay, Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just as my knowledge, I'm going to attempt to answer Honourable Member Marais. So just on I think the challenge is, and Eskom has asked, that when at the end of load shedding, that people with inverters and batteries maybe just delay the recharging of it, because what it does, it creates an artificial spike, so to speak, or an artificial peak, if I can call it that. Because as soon as at the end of load shedding, all the batteries actually charges and it draws additional current or electrons. The idea, I mean, the ideal is where we have actually solar on your roof, and your batteries are actually being charged by solar, and so that you also save electricity and not using all that electrons and being charged by Eskom or by the municipality for that electrons that you're charging the batteries. So there is an option where you actually just use solar to charge the batteries, and the option is the solar goes directly into your grid, and that then also supplies the electricity. You actually sort of semi grid free. So that's the one question. And I mean, we are in conversations on a quarterly basis and trying to just raise awareness on the artificial peak being created by the sudden charge of batteries after load shedding. Just in relation to Honourable Member Dagmo's question. So one of the initiatives is to work with the Department of Education, and Brent Walters, HOD Brent Walters, is taking the lead in this initiative. There is an intention to make certain schools load shedding free, but also not reliant on energy, to create their own energy by solar and battery. And I know that just given the feedback that we had on Monday, they have done extensive work. I'm not sure whether they have completed a cost-benefit analysis. Brent has provided feedback as to the progress, and the infrastructure directorate in the Department of Education is also leading this project. So, Honourable Chairperson, I would maybe suggest at the next session of the committee that the committee maybe call HOD Brent Walters just to explain their progress with the energy solar initiative at the various schools in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. I'm going to ask that in the interest of time, that we limit our questions to the district municipalities so we can get to the local municipalities. Mr. Phillips, is there something that you would like to say, sir?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, just to respond partly to the question of Honourable Dagmo around cost-benefit analysis. Whilst we didn't do a cost-benefit analysis at one of our schools, we've started the project at a Quintile 2 school with one of our local mining companies, where we fitted all classrooms with air conditioners and solar panels to assist them, especially during our summer seasons, where we reach temperatures in that classroom of about up to 40 degrees. So that is a project maybe that we need to follow up on, and maybe start writing up a cost-benefit analysis to see if we can duplicate that at other schools. But what we also find is that schools only require electricity. The majority, the most electricity that they require is during the daylight hours, which is when the sun shines. So they don't necessarily require batteries, or they require very little battery storage for lights at night and maybe the alarm. So we can say that the fact that we've done this project already is something that we can start duplicating at other schools also with the support of our local mining companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the district municipality for the presentation and for answering the questions further. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the Swartland municipality. If you can take the floor and flight your presentation, please.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson. Louis Zikman here from Swartland Municipality. Is the presentation visible there?
Yes, it is. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like to provide some feedback on our allocation from the emergency load shedding grant, which Mr. HOD Paulse has referred to early in his presentation. We have started off saying that we have noticed late last year that our major bulk water supply systems and wastewater treatment systems were suffering with the extended periods of load shedding every day. Couldn't keep up with the prolonged hours. without electricity during the day, and so they have started to engage with municipalities on a technical level with the load shedding response initiative. With that information was shared from the municipalities to the DLG. We had to identify critical pump stations and sewer treatment works that were suffering with the load shedding. We drafted a business plan which was submitted to the department on the 20th of February 2023 this year. And concurrently with that, we identified the scope and detailed designs for this project to go ahead. The department informed us of our allocation, which was 10.945 million rand, which we received from the 88.815 million rand. And that was for the installation then of backup power generations at 4 critical bulk water pump stations, 2 critical sewer pump stations, and also 2 wastewater treatment works. Our council then had to adjust the budget, which was done on a meeting which was held on the 30th of March this year. The budget was amended to receive the 10.945 million and also an allocation from our own funds to the amount of 3.7 million rand. Sorry, I just want to move the slide. So our tenders were invited on the 22nd of March. This is just the supply chain process. 22nd March, the tenders were invited. It closed on the 30th of April, and the tenders were awarded on the 18th of May. The tenders, in short, was for the supply and delivery of generators at the site mentioned earlier. It was the installation period is about 30 weeks. The contract period is a 35-week contract. It's for the installation of generators, also the enclosures and security measures. These generators will be installed permanently in remote locations. We have to ensure that the installations is provided with the necessary security measures, and also for included in the scope is the upgrading of the pump starters and switchgear to accommodate the generators. We also are submitting monthly reports to the department, which is required as part of the allocation. Our rollover allocation was also submitted to the department on the 14th of July this year, and our expenditure to date is about 2.35 million rand. That in short, Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice and nice and succinct. Members, are there any questions to that to the presentation? We've received the presentation already. Member Kasim?
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I possibly get an idea as to who these companies, or if there's information on who these companies are who are awarded these tenders, and the BBEE status, possibly, please?
Thank you very much, Member Kasim. Are there any other further questions to the presentation? Member Nkondlo?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to check from the colleagues, given that they are actually closer to the Atlantis ITZ with its program to drive and bring on board more green-related industry or growth industry here. Are there plans actually integrated or any aligned or conversations with the Atlantic SEZ? Thanks.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Member van der Westhuizen?
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask 2 questions related to the topic, but not necessarily from this presentation. From Mr. Paulson's earlier presentation, it seems to me as if Swartland has received quite a lot of support, and I was always under the impression that Swartland is one of our financially stronger municipalities. So perhaps if they would like to share their secret with the other municipalities, why were their applications so successful? And then secondly, in a conversation with Councillor Van Essen, he explained to me that quite often load shedding causes spikes, and municipal accounts from Eskom. One of the variables there is the maximum current drawn from Eskom, and that they've been in engagements with Eskom to then say, well, you've caused this spike, you've caused an extra cost for the municipality through load shedding. And if I can take an example tonight, from 6 to 8, Stellenbosch, biggest part of Stellenbosch will be load shedding. And I can just imagine at 8 o'clock, all the geysers in town will go on and draw current, which will create a huge spike in the demand. We know that it's also caused some cost to municipalities through transformers, etc., that then cannot, were never designed to deal with that. So perhaps if Swartland can just share with us and also with other municipalities their successes in negotiating with Eskom and saying, you can't hit us with a double whammy. First, you don't give us electricity, and when you do switch on, you charge us for those spikes. If they would be so kind just to share with us their practices in this regard.
Thank you very much. If we could have the answers to those questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Just a question on the contractor that was appointed. We followed the process with the supply chain. I know the contractor that has been appointed is VE Electrical. It's a local Western Cape company, but I'm not too sure about the BEE level at this time. Then I don't know of any engagements with the Atlantis IDZ in terms of green energy. I would not be able to respond to that. And then on the matter of why we are successful with our allocation, I think it's a matter of just providing the correct information and a good application at the time when it is required. Then the question, the other question I would refer to colleague Thys Moller, who can respond to the engagements with Eskom.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Mr. Moller.
Thys Moller, yeah. Just regards the question, the engagement with Eskom and the notified maximum demand. What we did during last year is, after load shedding, what we saw on the monthly accounts is that there's an increase in the maximum demand. We engaged Eskom, and then they reviewed the actual bill for that month, and they looked at the peak load just after load shedding periods, and they gave us a discount. But that practice has unfortunately come to an end at the end of December. Since January, we are no longer successful in that engagement with Eskom to give us that discount as a result of the cold load due to load shedding. Feedback from Eskom is that there was an instruction from Eskom National that they should no longer provide for that discount to the municipalities. So we're also not getting that benefit anymore at this stage.
Thank you very much. With no further questions to the Swartland municipality, thank you very much for your attendance. We will now move on to Matsikama.
Sorry, Chair. Thys here again. We still got some other slides that we would like to share regarding the energy side, if that's possible, or if.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. You may go ahead.
Yeah, the other slides deal specifically with the energy side, and what we would like to share there is Swartland municipality issued a tender last year, and we awarded a tender to Darling Green Utility, and that is for the establishment of a 1 MVA solar plant just outside of Darling. Now, Darling Green Utility is the major shareholder of the Darling Green Estate. They plan to build the solar plant and to provide the energy directly to the residents within the green estate. Excess energy would then be supplied to the municipality. The contract that we've concluded is to buy that excess energy at a discounted rate when compared to the Eskom Megaflex rates. In the first year, the discount would be minus 15%. then it goes down to 12.5%, and thereafter 10% after the third year. The contract that we've concluded, or the tender, was only for a 3-year period. When it comes to the end of the period, we will have to reassess whether we're going to extend or go out on an inquiry again. Progress at this point in time is that the development of the green estate is going well, and they're planning to transfer plots to owners during August or September of this year. We're in the progress of finalizing the power purchase agreement with the Darling Green utility for them to ensure financial closure. Our target date for that is around August, end of August of this year, and then the construction period of the plant is indications plus minus 8 months. So we're expecting energy around mid-2024. Darling Green Utility has also indicated that they're planning to extend the plant. They've got environmental approval for up to 20 megawatts. At this stage, they're planning 5 to 9 megawatts that they will provide directly to Eskom or make available for wheeling to other customers, but making use of the Eskom network. If we look, the head of department, Mr. Paulse, has spoken about Swartland being involved in the solar PV battery energy storage system, so I'm not going to spend time on this. Safe to say that we're in the process of doing the environmental assessment on the land and looking at the land use application. And as indicated, we will learn from the RFI that was issued by the department to indicate what we should do and what the next step should be in terms of our own RFP. Municipal Council has approved in principle that we also look at the making available of land just outside of the town of Malmesbury, where we got municipal land in the order of about 130 hectares. We've appointed professionals to look at conducting an environmental impact assessment and a land use application. The idea would then be for the municipality to go out on an RFP and make the land available for leasing by potential developers to develop a solar plant. We're not 100% sure at this point in time the size. We're looking at between 10 and 20 megawatt because we need to look at our local infrastructure and where such a plant will connect to our infrastructure. And the idea is that the plant will not belong to the municipality. It would be similar to the Darling one. The municipality only wants to buy energy from the plant at a rate lower than the Eskom rate to reduce our total expenditure on bulk electricity purchases. And then obviously that would help with the greening, the environmental impact on the country as well, and the green credits. And then small scale embedded generation can also possibly talk to some of the questions that's been asked to previous presenters. In that Swartland municipality has implemented small scale embedded generation within the municipality. The council has approved the amendment of the electricity bylaw, which now makes provision for small scale embedded generation. We've got a policy, there's a tariff that is approved by the council. We've got guidelines, application forms, commissioning documents, etc. And we've encouraged customers to register existing systems, but also new systems that they want to put up in the municipality. At this stage, at the time of preparing the presentation, I indicated there's about 2,000 kVA or 2 megawatt of SSG already approved. And that number at this stage stands at around 3 megawatts that has already been approved within the Swartland municipality, the 4 towns where we provide electricity. We've also managed through negotiations with Eskom to put one of our large customers, Sasco Mill, which is part of the PepsiCo group, on the load curtailment program, which means that they're not subjected to load shedding on a daily basis. But when load curtailment is called for, then the plant needs to reduce their load by between 10 and 20% for extended hours, typically from 2 o'clock in the afternoon up to 10 o'clock in the evening. And there is a small number of other customers which are connected on the same grid which then also gets the benefit of no load shedding. And we've also managed to negotiate with Eskom earlier in the year to exempt our Voelvlei Dam water treatment plant to exempt us from load shedding. That has been approved for a period of 12 months. If I recall, I think it comes to the end in January 2024, which we will then have to reapply based on the assessment from Eskom. Thank you, Chair. That's in a nutshell what we've done within Swartland.
Thank you very much. Just ask the members quickly if there are any other further questions. Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just get one thing on the tariff approved by Council, the SSEG tariff? Can the colleague just share what is that tariff currently, and is it within or more than the NERSA approved tariff that we're sitting with currently? Thanks.
Thank you. I think that's the only question for this round. Can you answer the question, please, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and to Madam Nkondlo. The export tariff, which we are giving credit to our customers, is around 88.72 cents per kilowatt hour for the energy that they export into the municipal grid. It's at a rate that is lower than what we purchase from Eskom on the off-peak period. And it's not a rate that was approved by NERSA, because NERSA has indicated that it's not within their authority and competence to approve SSEG tariffs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions to the Swartland municipality, I wish to thank you for your presentation and for your presence here at the meeting. We will now move on to the Matsikama municipality. If they could flag the presentation and present to us, please. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson and colleagues. Can everybody see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Morning, everybody. It's Lavendran Pillay from Matsikama municipality, and this is just a brief overview of what we've done with the assistance of Department of Local Government for our procurement of our generators. So we were able to procure 4 high-output diesel generators for critical freshwater treatment works and pumping stations in the Matsikama area. These listed below the Vredendal and Van Reinsdorp pump station. It's one combined station with one power supply. So that's one generator that looks after 2 pumping stations. Then one for Ebenezer freshwater treatment plant, Lutzville, and then the last one is the canal pump station, which is probably the most important one, where we get our supply of water from. In terms of the funding spent thus far, the total project value is 1.8 million. The LG portion was 1,050,000, and the own funding was 756,133. These are just a few photos. This is the photo of the Vredendal Van Reinsdorp pump station. Unfortunately, this was still an early photo. The final this generator has been placed on its plinth and is in operation now. This was one of the earlier photos prior to it being installed. The next one is the Ebenezer freshwater treatment works. This generator is also on site, as you can see. It's not yet commissioned. We are in the process of doing so. And the last one on the slides is for Lutzville freshwater treatment works. This has been commissioned. There's still some finer details that need to be done, like installing a roof over it to protect it from the weather and so forth. Then the last one would be the canal pump station that we are still waiting for to be delivered. Yeah, just a little bit of background to the canal. We did do 5 applications to Eskom for exemption, or rather exclusion, for the canal pump station from load shedding, but this was denied repeatedly. Eventually, on our 6th application, we managed to get this exclusion approval, which starts on 27th. Sorry, it'll start from this week. The existing exclusion that we had for the filter plant up that pumps to Van Reinsdorp and Vredendal, that has come to an end on the 31st of July. However, we do have a generator that's in place there, and so we can do pumping during load shedding. Just struggling with my presentation. Just skip. Yeah. The possible projects that we would like to embark on, but obviously we'd have to look for the funding as well, would be for generator procurement for Klaver freshwater treatment works, the Vredendal North wastewater treatment works, and the Van Reinsdorp wastewater treatment works as well. The alternative energy support program, we did have a visit from the Department Economic Development and Tourism this morning to go to sites where SMMEs, that's like the smaller business hubs, to identify projects where they would like to install solar as well as battery backup to assist those SMMEs with the load shedding challenges. And I think, as mentioned in the beginning from our district municipality, we are in partnership with them as well as DBSA to look at doing a 20 megawatt plant at the new regional district landfill site. And that's all from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pillay, for your presentation. Members, do you have any questions? I've got 2. So if you could stop sharing, Mr. Pillay, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, are there any questions to the presentation? Member Nkondlo?
Thank you, Chair.
And there's no further. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I just get some more detail of what is entailed in the SMME support program on the solar projects? What would that project entail?
Thank you. And then my 2 questions are there roofs for the other generators that are on plinths right now? Are there going to be roofs? Have there been roofs installed for those 2? And then the future projects, when will the budget be available for that, and what will the budget be? Thank you, Mr. Pillay.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to the DDAT project that we had scheduled site meetings for today. So this is also a fairly new project to us. We've only just started, and that's why the site visit this morning. So that would be to, as I said, SMMEs, where they were envisioning to install solar panels as well as battery backup to assist those smaller businesses during load shedding periods so that they can still function even when the electricity is off. So that's the question 1. Question 2, regarding the roofs. The other existing generators currently do not have roofs, but it's also planned to install roofs, as well as we'll probably look at around the structure as well, installation of SCADI net, because most of our area is quite dusty and sandy. The generators tend to get quite a bit of that sand into the actual cabinet itself. So just to try and alleviate that issue, we're going to look at installing that as well. And then the last question, I'm going to leave it to our CFO to give things with it.
No, thanks, Chair. In terms of the budget, this is also a request to the Department of DLG to assist us in terms of the projects that we identified. We have currently problems with our sewerage pump stations in Vierendal. I think we needed to spend last week of 400,000 rand just for one sewerage pump station. For 40, it's more or less a request for funding for that. Because as we can see in the presentation, it was already a challenge to get the 750,000 rand counter funding to install the current 3 generators. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There is a question from Mr. Member van der Westhuizen on the chat as to what made your 6th application different to the other 5 so that it was approved.
Chair, to be honest, nothing had really changed except that we did add that the canal pump station generator was not yet manufactured and delivered, and we are awaiting delivery for that. I'm not sure if that made a change. Yeah, it's difficult to say. It really does.
Okay. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions to the presentation, we will now move on to the Cedarburg municipality. If you could flag your presentation and take us through it, please. Ms. Kruti, if you could assist me here. Are they ready for the presentation?
Yeah, Chair, we're just busy sharing. Just a minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Good day, Chairperson. It's Lizette. I'm sharing the presentation. You may continue.
All right, thank you, Chair. I see we can see our presentation.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for that. We just struggled to get connectivity from the side. Gerrit Matthijssen, Municipal Manager. I'm just going to go through our presentation. Thank you very much. Our response to the crisis. Okay, I just want to go through. Says sorry, we struggle. Lisa, we just struggle here a little bit with connectivity issues here.
That's in order?
Yeah, we just struggling. This slide doesn't want to load.
PDF file.
Yeah, we do have it in the presentation. So sorry, Chair. It looks like this is a. We're just gonna reload. This is a PDF file that they loaded here.
Yes, we can see it. Ms.
Yeah, we got stuck.
Has already flighted it.
Yeah, yeah.
So are you there? Ms. Kruti, can you assist by contacting them and see if they're available, if they are ready for us? In the meantime, Mr. Matthijs, we can see the presentation. You on mute, sir?
Right, thank you. I assume, sorry for that. We just struggled with the connectivity on this side. Thank you very much for that. Gerrit Matthijssen, Municipal Manager, Cedarburg. I'm just going to go through the presentation. I'm going to skip a couple of slides for the sake of time. Cederburg Municipality, our location, who we are in terms of our towns, challenges faced by the municipality relating to energy, aging infrastructure, lack of supply to our towns, electricity grid readiness challenges, load shedding, funding for load shedding mitigation challenges related to load shedding, increase in operational expenditure, our diesel cost for the financial year, 1.1 million rand, repairs amount to 123,000 due to the load shedding, hiring of generators, we had to spend nearly R1 million, impact on our budget, budgeted for the new financial year 2023-24 is 1.8 million for fuel for generators. Other challenges as impact on service delivery, water levels, potential sewage spills, disruption on the IT side, cable theft and vandalism, breakdowns of equipment, loss in revenue, and then obviously the impact of customer inverters. Emergency funding we have received from the Western Cape Provincial Government, 1.6 million for about 7 generators, Chair and members. What we've done, we followed due process in terms of supply chain processes. We have reached the final budget education committee. We've applied to provincial government for the rollover of the funds. So we followed due process, and we're just waiting for the provincial treasury to grant us the approval so we can do the appointment. And then those are the specific the wastewater treatment works, the boreholes, pump stations, the sewage plants, and the water works that we're going to install or use the generators. What we've done also from our side as a municipality, we've also spent about nearly 1 million rand of own funds, and we have already procured 3 standby generators from our own funds to augment the 7 generators that we're going to purchase with provincial government's funding. In total, we're then going to have about 10 generators that we're going to utilize to ensure that there's continuous business continuity or supply of services to our communities. And then on the other side, other major electricity-related projects. Currently, for Cederburg is 11 kV substation. We receive funding, INEP funding, for a 66 kV overhead line from Graawater to Klein Willem over a distance of 30 kilometers. That project is currently in progress, and we plan to finish that project by the end of October 2023 of this financial year to ensure that there's continuous and enough supply of electricity to Klein Willem. That's just a picture of the line that they're busy constructing at this point in time. And then we also secured funding, INEP funding, for the building of a new substation in Klein Willem. And that project, the construction commenced August this year. We start with the construction, and the due date is in 2024. The total amount of both projects is 95 million that we secured of INEP funding to ensure stable supply or secured supply of electricity to the Klein Willem community. That's an ongoing project. And the other project that is also ongoing, about to start in the Graawater Paleisjewel area, is a battery energy storage system. This is an Eskom project to install battery energy storage at Graawater substation. Total cost is over 600 million, and the planned capacity that is about 5 MVA, Paleisjewel and Graawater. That is electricity for the whole West Coast grid to be pumped into the grid, and that project is a partnership with Eskom and the private sector in the Graawater Paleisjewel area. And then on the other hand, as a municipality, we've already advertised a request for proposal for green or renewable energy. Our tenders closed already. We received about 14 to 16 potential bidders who were interested. We have identified about 90 hectares of municipal land, Klein Willem and Lambert's Bay, and so the tender closed already for the RFP for renewable energy. We are now in the process of evaluating the applications from potential IPPs to provide solar energy and and wind energy, obviously also to Cederberg. So those tenders close, and going forward, we hope that we can sign lease agreements with these IPPs to generate electricity to provide better supply to our towns. On the other hand, also like our colleagues in other municipalities, our SSGs, bylaws, policies, SOPs, they've been implemented. On the demand side also we manage, and then we are currently engaging with the Department of Water and Sanitation regarding the hydroelectricity generation that is linked to the raising of the Clanwilliam Dam Hall. There used to be a hydroelectricity generation plant, but going forward is obviously they would like to establish a new plant, and the municipality is currently in discussion with the Department of Water Affairs regarding the license for the hydro plant. And then we rolling out a normal smart meters, aligning our housing projects. And then obviously important for us also is the fact that we have agreement currently with PT and Eskom regarding our municipal debt relief. And then severely impacting on our energy security. We were severely impacted by the floods and inaccessibility of our towns. The towns were cut off severely, and that impacted on energy security for our towns. We had to use obviously also South African National Defence Force and the police to assist us to ensure that we get connectivity to our towns. Additional factors impacting our energy security in our area is the unstable or unreliable Eskom feeders in our municipal area. Any heavy rain or thunderstorms impact on our supply, and sometimes our towns are without electricity for a couple of hours per day. That is just the maximum demand for our towns. That is it, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I must say that you whisked through the presentation rather quickly, but I am going to ask, are there any questions? Because I've got a few questions myself, but are there any questions from the members? Okay, I've got members from the Westlayers and a member in Kondlo, and then member Dagmore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Matthijsse. Mr. Matthijsse, regarding the existing private hydro plant in the Clanwilliam Dam Wall, we recently received a presentation from Water and Sanitation saying that they've now, can I call it, settled the dispute with the company that's been providing Clanwilliam with electricity for a number of decades, I think. What is the current situation there? Are you still able to receive electricity from that? Because from your presentation, I got the impression that that supply may have been cut off. And then secondly, in terms of the feeder into Clanwilliam, until when do you believe would that problems exist? When will that be upgraded? Perhaps I've missed it, and we appreciate the speed with which you've gone through the presentation, but I may have missed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions for now. One, I think if the colleague can explain about the aging electricity infrastructure. I'm interested to know what does that mean in simple and more direct terms in the context of Cederberg? Can he then just tell us in which areas, what exactly, is part of that aging infrastructure, and what are the plans to deal with that? The second one, Chair, I would like to understand what would have delayed almost a month sitting of a BAC that would have triggered a rollover of the project as indicated. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Member Dagmar, I saw your hand is up and down. I know you have issues with your hand, raising your hand function. Do you have a question, sir?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you. No, thank you very much for the presentation. What I want to ask is, in terms of the financial position in Cederberg, and in particular the the revenue streams, Can I just get a sense as to what percentage of revenue for the municipality comes from the sale of electricity, and then a comment about whether, you know, generation of alternate sources of power provided by others would in any way compromise the financial position of the municipality going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Member Dugmore. My question is the rollover. How much are we talking about in the rollover? A couple to Member Kondlo's question was, mine is how much was the rollover? And of course, then why was it, what was the reason for the delay? Thank you, Mr. Matesa. If you could answer those questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll respond. Then my colleague shall also comment. Regarding the feeder, Honourable Member van der Westhuizen, as I've alluded to already, the groundwater overhead line should be finished by this year, and then we want to switch on, finish the construction on the substation by the latest December 2024. If everything works according to plan. So we hope to switch on at least from 2025, the new line, groundwater overhead line, that's going to serve this 95 million rand project. So we focus on December 2024, if everything works according to plan. The second question regards the hydro plant. What is happening currently is we are currently, as a municipality, in dispute with a company, without mentioning names, with a company, in dispute with a company. We have agreed with the Department of Water and Sanitation that I've just heard what the Honourable Member said, that DWS said that they managed to settle the dispute. According to my knowledge, we have agreed with DWS that DWS and Cederberg should not duplicate costs, and that we're going to work together jointly and severely in terms of our dispute with the service provider for breach of contract and for non-compliances, etc., etc. So that dispute is still ongoing. We are not at this stage taking any electricity from them at this point in time. We've exited that contract with the service provider, and Waterfares is also busy with their separate processes, hence our decision to engage them so that we can, as a joint intergovernmental force, basically decide to challenge what happened here. The issues regarding the delay in the BAC process was very straightforward. Unfortunately, at one point in time, Cederberg was without directors, and you must have at least 3 directors to establish a formal BAC committee, and due to the fact that they didn't have enough directors, so we approached our neighboring municipalities to second their directors to participate in our BAC committees, and that caused the delay in the adjudication process. We've done everything. We advertised timeously. The specs evaluation committee have done their work, and then it was just a snag in terms of not having enough members to sit timeously, because we were relying on availability of directors from some of our neighboring municipalities. We managed to resolve that one in terms of availability of the directors. And then the issue about the aging infrastructure, it was just over years. Obviously, it was just the impact on the replacement and the upgrading of the electricity infrastructure, whether it's the overhead infrastructure, whether it is the switch gears, and the impact on the municipality's finances. We spent on average approximately 5% on our CRR, on the repair and maintenance of the infrastructure, but it's just the aging of the infrastructure that was catching up with us. And together with that, obviously, I have to keep abreast with the growth in the town in terms of the additional demand for additional capacities. You have to balance it out as a low capacity municipality. So we are continuing with addressing the outdated, the old aged electricity infrastructure in terms of the towns, together with the growth in terms of new houses. I'm just going to hand over to my colleague. The issue about electricity, what's the percentage? 5%. The electricity as a percentage of income, Honourable Dugmore, is about 5% of our. Okay, yeah, basically it. The issue about, and I didn't listen to that the other question from the Honourable Dugmore, alternative solutions of power. I just missed that one a little bit.
Okay, Member Dugmore, would you like to record?
If you don't mind, please, we just missed on that one. Unless there was something about alternative solutions for power.
Yeah, Member Dugmore.
No, Chair, thanks. No, well, it would be great if you could also respond to the question I asked about to the other, I think it was to Matsikama and the HOD, about whether community cooperatives as a vehicle to generate alternative energy and also increase disposable income for the members of that co-op was being considered. But the actual question I asked related to what percentage of the municipality's revenue is generated from electricity sales, and whether procuring alternative private power producers would in any way impact on the financial sustainability of the municipality going forward. That was my actual question. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Matesa?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to get the question. Definitely, if we procure from power producers, obviously it's gonna impact on our financial sustainability. We don't procure now, but going forward, obviously, for example, the one that we have with the benefit we had, for example, with the collection one is that, sorry for that, we purchase at a discounted rate of about 20%, 20% discounted rate as per our agreement with NERSA. And that is normally how we negotiate with IPPs also, to purchase at a discounted rate compared to what we purchase from Eskom. And that was the existing baseline that we use going forward also. The issue pertaining to co-ops, yes, we were hoping specifically with the hydro plant, if we can, the negotiations with DWS, the intention was for the municipality to negotiate. We started with that already, with the possibility of obtaining the license from DWS and using that space as a possibility of having the community involvement where there's co-ops. We have a lot of co-ops in Cederberg with our fishermen co-ops, so we are used to working with community co-ops at Elands Bay and in Lambert's Bay, and also to use this as a potential joint vehicle for community engagement. But we are still at the beginning phase of the negotiations with DWS regarding that. But this was a perfect opportunity that we envisage as a vehicle to get empowerment involved from our local communities also.
Thank you, Mr. Matesa. The questions regarding the delay of a month. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. I'm not sure whether the MM responded to the question of what is the current percentage or contribution of electricity sales to the municipal budget. Maybe I just missed that. If he's not 100% sure now, we could ask him to just submit that in writing, but I'm just interested to know.
He did say 5%, Mr. Matesa. Let me confirm, did he say 5%, sir? Mr. Matesa?
Just hold for me quickly, please.
Remember, Dagmo, I do recall hearing him say 5%, but we'll just ask him to confirm that.
Okay, yeah, if you could just confirm that, because yeah, that sounds very low to me, but you know,
Sorry,
I'm
sorry, we just haven't got a percentage now. No, that was not the 5% percentage. That's a percentage to be spent on repair and maintenance. Sorry, I just got my two numbers confused. So that's a percentage on repair and maintenance annually that we allocate out of total expenditure. So we haven't got that percentage at hand now to share with you.
Okay, but then you can give that to us in writing, please, sir.
We will receive it in the next couple of minutes. We'll just in the chat box, we'll drop it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If there are no further questions to the Cederberg municipality members, thank you very much. We will now move on to the Bergrivier municipality. If you could flag your presentation. If I ask Mr. Matesa to stop sharing, please, sir, so we can get the Bergrivier municipality to share their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Handley Linda. I'm the Municipal Manager of Bergrivier Municipality. Our Technical Director, Denvin van Toera, will make the presentation as soon as we can get it on the screen. But
okay, let me just get Mr. Matesa again. I know you're on mute, sir, but if you can... thank you so much. Ms.
Thank
Linda,
you.
you may go forward.
Our Director is busy sharing the presentation. There's just two matters, and based on the questions of the ad hoc committee, we added one slide, and I would ask Denvin to go to that slide now so that we can share with you a presentation that was made to SALGA Provincial Members Assembly in Langebaan. If Denvin can just go to the last slide. It's based on the percentage that a municipality can make from Eskom electricity sales. The financial model of municipalities, as designed from 2000 and onwards, were based on a 40% electricity sale profit margin. And if we get to the green and the white slide, that one, Devin, is it possible to make it a little bit bigger?
I'm working on it, just a moment.
Thank you. We will also send this to all the members. And it is discussions that is held between all municipalities because it's a very big concern to all of us. And in this slide, I made a summary of the impact of load shedding on Bergrivier municipality over the last 10 years. And in the second row from the bottom, the third row from the bottom and the third row from the top, you can see sale of electricity as a percentage profit to subsidize to other services. The financial model was designed so that municipalities make profit on electricity sales so that they can deliver all the other community services that the Constitution require of us. Now you can see that the municipalities whose Bergrivier had a percentage of profit of 35% in the 11-12 financial year. And then you can see how it changed. And in the 2021-2022 year, we only made 18%, and it's even lower now. So that could be a very good question to ask to all Western Cape municipalities. What is your profit percentage over the last 10 years and how did it change? Because that is of grave concern to all of us. Then just a last comment before I hand over to my technical director, and that is the question of the cold start that was also addressed by Louis Zikman from Swartland. We also discussed it at the SALGA Provincial Members Assembly on the 20th of July last week in Hermanus. We discussed it with Eskom, but I would really request if the parliamentary committee can assist us with this because the municipalities can't seem to find an answer from Eskom. We had the same negotiations with Eskom on not charging us for a cold start. but that changed as the electrical manager from Swartland also indicated. That changed December last year, and now they charge us extra. And in Bergrivier, it is specifically a problem after a 4-hour load shedding ending in spit state. If it ends on high demand, then we go over our allocated amount, and then Eskom charge a municipality, and we paid just for June 760,000 rand in excess charges, and our amount for the last financial year was 1.6 million rand that we had to pay extra to Eskom for something that was directly affected by Eskom. We will never have a cold start if they didn't put off the electricity, and if the parliamentary committee can assist us with that, we will be greatly thankful to you. I'm now going to hand over to my technical director, and then we will answer all the questions that the committee may have. Thank you, Chairperson. Denvin, you're on.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Denvin Ventura. I'll be running through this quickly. Just the introduction. We have done a load shedding plan initially in July 22 and reviewed it September, and the last one was reviewed now in June 23. What we have done for the last financial year in terms of this, first of all, the load shedding projects, which we have done with our own funding, we spent 900,000. Because of vandalism and that everyone experiences, we had to look at the security of our assets, and we have spent 699,000 rand on that from own funds as well. And then we were fortunate to receive the emergency load shedding grant of 3.6 million rand. We have to date spent 2.69 million on the two generators at Piketberg Water Treatment Works and the booster pump station for water security in Piketberg. And then there's about 900,000 rand remaining, which we intend to use for the Dwarskersbos booster pump station generator. Those two are the generators we purchased for the water treatment works, 500 kilowatt, and the 350 kilowatt for the booster pump station. In terms of the load shedding plan we have done, we started with 6 and worked towards the blackout. So from technical services, the funding considering there is just to ensure that our pump stations, of which we have quite a number, operates during load shedding, the extended version of that. During blackout, we're going to need, it builds up 26 million for stage 6, and then continuing to secure ourselves for stage 8, 2.8 million, and then if it's blackout, then we will need an additional 8.5 million. We have also looked at what we need to ensure that we can still render financial services, and that's about 500,000 rand. And then administrative services focuses mostly on us being able to secure our data and to be able to run certain of our services in that. So in total, what we need for the municipality to ensure we can function is 43 million, say 44 million rand. So what we are looking at for the 23-24 project year in terms of funding, we have 2.3 million rand, in which we will be spending on generators. We're looking at fixed generators and mobile generators to ensure that we can operate our pump station. Particularly Veldrif is a problem, since we have a lot of pump stations in ecologically sensitive areas. And then 500,000 on the security of our electrical assets. And we are busy also with the MIC applications for permanent generators at our various infrastructure, particularly water and sewage. And there we need in Porterville a 200 kilowatt, Piketberg 200 kilowatt, Veldorf 200 kilowatt, and the Albatross pump station 63 kilowatt generators. We're also looking at solar assist to install that at Aurora Bowls and pump station and Redling Ace Bowl and water treatment works, just to ensure our public receives the basic services. And then the MM just dealt with that slide, and that is then presentation from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ventura. Members, are there any questions to the presentation? I see member van der Westhuizen and member Bartman. Member van der Westhuizen?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. On that second last slide, and perhaps if you wouldn't mind just going one slide back to slide 8 with the figures. It is my impression that in general, municipalities have raised their tariffs in line with Eskom, more or less. I think the city of Cape Town is in the news for having increased their tariffs even more than what the Eskom tariffs have been. Now my mathematics say to me that if you increase your tariffs, let's say by 15%, and the cost of what you're buying in is also going up by 15%, that in percentage terms, your profit should be the same, but that in real terms, the amount that you now get should also increase. Your profit should therefore increase by 15% as well. So taking into account that the number of units of electricity that you've sold hasn't changed much, the only reason why I can think of why the profit margin has come down so significantly is the fact that you didn't raise your tariffs by the same margin as what Eskom has been raising, which would have benefited the consumers within the residents within Bergrivier. But perhaps if you could just explain, was it because I see there's a line which says price hikes not given through to public? Is it because you were not allowed by NASA? Is it because it was politically more acceptable to not increase tariffs? Is it because you didn't foresee the implications for the municipality's budget? Perhaps if you could just give us an explanation, why did you not increase in line with the Eskom tariffs? And it's, as I've said, it seems to me some municipalities were even allowed to compensate for the smaller sale of units by increasing their tariffs by even a little bit more than the shockingly high tariff increases approved by NASA for Eskom. That's my first question, Chair. The second one is, Eskom also supplies, particularly in our rural municipalities, many of our big consumers directly, and even sometimes some of our smaller hamlets, the smaller towns in our rural municipalities. What is the case with Bergrivier, and how does your tariffs, how do they compare with the Eskom tariffs for more or less the same area of consumption? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Bartman?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lindy indicated that obviously when load shedding ends on a high demand, they pay extra for the spike for going over to Eskom, and this is directly then affected obviously by Eskom as well. I just want to find out whether the municipality perhaps have the amount for the past financial year that they had to pay over due to this particular spike when load shedding ends on a high demand. If not, if they could perhaps send that to us in writing then. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Bartman. Member Dugmore?
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for the presentation. I would just like to ask firstly, I seem to recall that there were media reports around electricity theft by one or more municipal officials in the Berg River municipality. I wonder if we could just get an update about that and what actually happened there and whether there were any consequences for the official or officials involved. Secondly, just to ask, as I asked Cederberg, what is the contribution of electricity sales to the overall revenue of Bergrivier? And then lastly, whether the municipality has a policy where when, say, a resident or a household is in arrears on another account, say, for example, water, and they then go to buy prepaid electricity, does the municipality then recover arrears from other accounts when the resident goes and buys electricity? For instance, if they go and buy 100 rands worth of electricity and they have water arrears, does a certain percentage then get deducted from the price of municipality? And if so, does this policy also apply to an indigent resident who is in arrears and goes to buy electricity? So if we could just have clarity on how the municipality deals with that situation. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Dugmore. I'm just going to ask Member Dugmore's fourth question, going to remind the presentation. If you can ask if there's any exploration of usage of co-ops in the communities for electricity generation. Thank you, Miss Lindy. If we can hand over to you to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will start and then I will ask my electricity people. They are all with Director Van Tura in his office, also our portfolio chair, and they can answer the rest of the questions. Let me start with a question on the SIU investigation at Bergrivier Municipality. The theft involved prepaid vouchers that was handed out to the community members, obviously illegally. It was one employee. The SIU completed their investigation. It is in front of the courts at the moment. It was in the court last Friday, and the last court appearance, they just sent me an SMS yesterday to tell me it will be in court again on the 22nd of August. The person pleaded guilty, and the sanction will now be negotiated and then given. So we are at the end of that route, and the person, the request is that the person will do jail time for that offence. So we are far in that situation. Then just on the slide, the green and white slide, the question, the second line, the second white line gives the total electricity purchases as a percentage of the expenditure, and that is 26% in the financial year. Our annual financial statements will now be out in draft on the 23rd of August, and then we will have the final percentage for the past financial year, but it should be more or less the same. Just on the question of Member van der Westhuizen, yes, we've increased our electricity tariffs exactly with the amount allowed by NERSA. Municipalities are capped by NERSA to the amount that they may give through to the public. And every time we gave that amount through, but they don't cap Eskom with the amount that they can charge municipalities more for electricity. So the gap that there used to be between what we charge for electricity and what we pay Eskom, that gap is almost extinguished. So that is why the profit margins are dingling. And then for Member Bartman, the question on when we end at high demand. Yes, I have the figures in front of me for the whole previous financial year. The exact amount is 1.621 million, but I will put the full amount in the chat box. I will now hand over to my director to answer on the technical specific questions.
Thank you, just also to add on to the tariffs in line, we have raised with 15%, but we actually need 18%. And then we also behind with 18%. So as explained there, we are also busy with currently with the tariff study that will also give us an indication of where we are and what we need to do then for the next financial year in terms of the tariffs. And then the policy in place, yes, we do have a policy in place to recover as requested by Mr. Dalkmore. And I'm not certain now how it applies to the indigents, but there is a policy in place to recover outstanding debt from users.
Thank you very much. The question regarding the co-ops, have you answered that?
Okay. No, we do not have any. We're not using co-ops at the moment. We are working towards an RFI for our energy security plan, and that we will still be doing in the coming weeks. And yes, no co-ops at the moment.
Thank you very much. Member Dugmore, your follow-up question, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I just didn't get absolute clarity as to, I think the official, I'm not sorry, I forget his name now, indicated that they do have a recovery policy in regard to people who are in arrears, and I kind of understand that. So in other words, they do subtract money from a person who pays, say, and I'll use example again, 100 Rand for electricity, and then they deduct a certain amount. So at one level, I'd actually like a copy of that policy to be shared with the committee. But my question was then, which I didn't get a clear answer, does that policy also apply to someone who the municipality categorizes as an indigent grant recipient? Or does it only apply to people who are not on the indigent register? Or does it apply to everyone indiscriminately? Thanks.
Thank you, Member Dugmore. Mr. Ventura?
Yes, I will answer that, Chair. Okay. Then when I can
Linda,
assist. Yes. Yeah. Bergrivier municipality has got a income percentage that we get the money from the public of 96%. So we don't have that amount of people in arrears, but we do use the prepaid system, and it's all in our policy. And I can send the chairperson the policy. It's also on our website. The policies are reviewed every year when council consider the budget, end of May. Then all the policies are reviewed and placed in front of council again. Yes, the people registered as indigent consumers, we have 2,000 families in Bergrivier municipality that is registered as indigent consumers. They get free basic services up to an amount, and the amount that they use more than that is subject to the same policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lindy. I trust that answers your question, Member Dugmore.
Thanks very much. We really would welcome the commitment to provide yourself and the committee members a copy of that policy. But thank you for the reply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions for the Bergrivier municipality, thank you very much for your attendance, Ms. Linde and your team, and to Mr. Ventura. The final presentation, and thank you for your indulgence and your patience, to the Saldanha Bay Municipality. If you can flight your presentation, please. Thank you, Mr. Mehta.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'd like to give over to my mayor, who's going to start with introductory remarks.
Thank you. The mayor, please respond.
I see that the mayor is unmuted. If it is in
Can
order,
you hear me?
There you go.
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, excuse me. Sorry also for my voice. I'm battling with flu. So thank you to you and your committee that we can present to you and to the honourable members and our colleagues. Maybe just to give a bit of background. We started this journey well over 14 months ago. We've had conversations with a lot of people in the market regarding Saldanha. We also had conversations with then ISA, Infrastructure South Africa, with Minister Ramagopa, that was part of that team, and with the Office of the Ministry of the Premier, not of the Premier, of the President, Minister Gungumbela and Kakane, Deputy Minister Kakane, and also with a lot of people in the market. We quickly saw that Saldanha is a little bit more unique, and that energy mix will probably be the best way to go, and it must be based on a baseline dispatchable concept. Our MM has driven this process. We in the beginning tried to get a transactional advisor, but it showed that it would take too long, and we proceeded with the help of Cape Town and of various departments at Province. We would just like to place it on record. Thanks to them, we've also done it in talks with our district municipality. We are committed to working with our district in the interest of our town, district, province, and indeed the country. What has driven us to go more for a macro approach is the available approved EIAs already in our area. I also would like to speak to what Honourable Member Duggan was asked about community opportunities. We've gone from the point of view that if we get our process up and running, that it will put our municipality in a unique position that we will be able to supply electricity on a macro scale, and that will attract a lot more industrial enterprise here, which will then supply well-paying permanent jobs. And of course, in the second phase, one will look at the smaller generation opportunities. I also would like to speak and implore to the committee to engage Eskom on the spike. It was well discussed at the Salga members assembly in a Manus a week or so ago, and it is true that they no longer refund us for the spike, which they are the cause of. And honourable members, it's unconscionable that Eskom can use this to make extra money, especially in the light that we are some of the few municipalities that pay our accounts every month, and we do not get any reward for that. I did engage on the provincial level at that meeting with the representative of Eskom, but it fell on deaf ears. There was no positive comeback from them, and also in line with the fact that we switch on and off all the load shedding schedules with our manpower, which puts our department under a huge amount of stress, and also puts our hours available to us under stress, and that that affects directly on our service delivery on things like streetlights, etc., etc. I will now hand back to the municipal manager and let him run through the presentation, and then I'm happy to answer questions at the end. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you our energy resilience situation. I just want to make sure.
You're now on mute, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apologies. I will start off by just trying to answer all the questions with regard to the or speak to the municipal load shedding relief grant. Sorry for that spelling. I did not see that. It's grand that we received 2.95 million. We already purchased, and with that funding, we purchased 275 kilowatt hour kilowatts and 110 kilowatt generators. That has already been delivered, and two of them has already been installed. The other two is still in the workshop. We're currently busy preparing the grounds for them. The three of these will be used for sewage, and the one for water. The Saldanha Bay municipality, there was no specific funding from any allocated to the Saldanha municipality from province further than that, but we have budgeted for about 3 million rand for additional generators, of which we have about 18 that we think is absolutely important. With that 3 million, we can buy up to 5 because they are a little bit smaller, and hopefully within the MTRF we will be able to address that need. We also have written a formal request to the EDSSM grant to ask if we cannot change the LED street lights, which they have given us 4 million rand for, if we cannot change that to a solar setting because of the immense electricity vandalism that we have in our area. We have, I think, although there is some advancement with regard to cable theft, it is still a high issue here with us in Saldanha. With regard to demand management, we have agreed with Eskom to do load curtailment for our sea harvest, which provide about 4,000 jobs in Saldanha. So we have sat with them, and they've at long last gave us that permission to do the load curtailment ourselves. That's why we switch on and off ourselves, and we had agreements with the Sea Harvest, and they have also installed some generation capacity, and they have went a little bit further to make sure that they adhere to the curtailment demands. Our demand has decreased. We've experienced about a 3% decrease in the units that we sell, and our peaks has unfortunately increased due to this cold start that we are experiencing. We also shared that that privilege up until December with the cold start, where Eskom gave us a little bit of grace there, but that has also fallen away. Saldanha Bay municipality is part of the provincial MER work group. In fact, there's a meeting right now, and my representatives are in that specific meeting. We have received 690,000 rand for electricity master plan. That has been completed now, and it's going to be tabled to council in September this financial year. We, of course, also part of the pooled buying process that the MER group is currently working very hard on. The mayor has already alluded to the fact that we're busy with our own with a tender process to procure baseload energy to provide in our energy needs, and I'd like to just share some information with regard to that with the committee chairperson, with your permission. So Mayor already spoke about the fact that we already have resource capacity in our area. There's 3 approved and 1 pending gas to power EIA already in our area. This was mainly due to the fact that because of the port that is here, as well as Metal Steel, that was a big and the Ferrico, that is big secondary companies or secondary job providers in our area. So Mittal has already Mittal Steel has an EIA on their grounds approved for 1.5 gig. Another company for 400 meg. Sunrise, which provides the LPG nationally. Nationally, we know that they have a gas to power EIA, but we are not sure what that entails. And of course, we have the car power ship situation that is pending at this stage. We've got 5 projects, solar project that's already approved this stage, to our knowledge, to the value of 282 megawatt. There's 2 wind projects also that is also approved to the value of about 106 megawatts. We know that the wind projects is with Eskom. The solar projects is not started yet, and these are basically to assist Mittal to get them restarted again. At this stage, it's our feeling that Saldanha is perfectly situated for gas, which is a baseload sort of energy, and we're thinking that we should that this tender would be for in that direction. So just to quickly. We had a lot of discussions with the Department of Local Government, and we have this is just a slide. Now, I'm not going to spend time on it, but it's just to show you where our points is and so forth, and that there possibly is wheeling capacity in this area, but that is not confirmed due to the fact that we're battling to get the energy constraint report from Eskom. We've requested it, and unfortunately, we have not yet any. We were not. Our request has not fallen on fertile ground, if I can put it that way. So the Saldanha municipality needs about 67 megawatts of power, which is not a lot, but there's a lot of Eskom areas, and if you take that Eskom areas as well as the industry like Mittal Steel that gets their power directly from Eskom, we will be needing about 150 megawatt for us to provide. That includes the need of the Freeport, which is an IDZ here in our backyard. So the actions that we've already taken is we've started our municipal energy forum, where we engage with the Department of Local Government, the City of Cape Town. We want to thank them. They've really assisted us a lot. We also brought in some private specialists to assist us because our plan was to go for baseload energy. We've already drafted a power purchase agreement, and we have widely consulted on that. Council has approved the creation of a position, Engineer Sustainable Energy and Generation. We're currently busy with that job design, and we've requested the transaction advisor assistance very recently again from the Department of Infrastructure. So we hope that we'll be successful. We have previously asked from the Department of DDAT, also from DLG, but hopefully we know they are busy now, and we've requested it from the Department of Infrastructure, and hopefully that will happen. So the long and the short is our tender is ready. It is completed. It is currently being vetted by our attorneys. We are also in discussion with Mittal and other landowners, and that is, we've already started that discussion as to how the land availability, because we'd love for their land to be used if it is possible. Then we don't need to go through that 18 months of EIA processes again. We're also busy discussing the legal aspects of the fact that our current needs versus the excess energy, because our discussion with professionals is that it is going to be too expensive if you just generate baseload energy for 100 megawatts. Then the unit cost would be too expensive. So we do have approvals for 300 plus megawatts in our areas, and the idea would be to say, listen here, how do we get the service providers or the IPPs to provide more, and of course subject to grid capacity approvals and licensing. And of course, sell that either to Eskom or to other towns. We're also proceeding with our solar PV project. We currently, that's not a priority at this stage, but we are busy with land leveraging, looking at all our different land parcels, and we're also looking at internal land parcels where we can sell that land to buy other land to make it available for the private sector to start with solar projects in our area. And of course, energy trading is an important thing for us since we are planning that our service provider provide more energy than we need, so it needs to be sold somewhere. Currently, with our energy mix, we're sitting in a situation where we're saying, listen here, is this going to be, we do not want to be dependent on one provider like it is in this stage. We should have more than one provider so that we do not have a situation like we're in now. Just with regard to Mittal Steel, Mittal has also put their plan on the table for us. They are planning to go green, but 20% of the green will be 20% will be backed up by gas. So they are also into the gas field. Unfortunately, because they are here, there's a lot of transmission lines that goes to Aurora. We've got about 3 or 4 lines, which is dedicated, of which 3 is dedicated to them. So the idea would be to say, listen, how do we utilize or work with them so that we can make use of their space on their specific grids. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions to the Saldanha Bay presentation? I see members Bartman and members van der Westhuizen. Member Bartman?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to find out, did Eskom give Saldanha Bay a reason for why they don't want to give the energy, I think it was called the energy constraint report? Was there specific reasons? And if we could just go back one slide, I just wanted to check, it was mentioned that, solar LED bulbs will be put in for the street light. And I just want to detail if it is it's ask the municipality to change the street lights. But if not, if we just have that.
Okay, Member Bartman, that didn't come through so nicely. I'm going to ask Member van der Westhuizen to ask his questions, and then if you can just repeat yours, and then Member Dugmore after that. Thank you. Member van der Westhuizen?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I was also going to ask about the energy restraint report. I asked a question from Bergevier, which I don't think they really responded to, and that was the whole issue of electricity supply to consumers by Eskom. Now, to give my age away, I remember a debate that we had regarding what was called then regional electricity distributors, the so-called REDs. And we, at that stage, fought very hard for municipalities to be the distributing entity within a specific area of electricity because of the income that municipalities gained from electricity sales. Now, again, my question here is, I can accept that big consumers such as the old Saldanha Steel or ArcelorMittal plant will be getting electricity directly from Eskom. But what is the case with the Saldanha municipality? Are some of your residential areas, I think of perhaps Jacobs Bay and so on, Hopefield and Langebaan Road and so on, are they supplied directly by Eskom, or do you sell electricity to them? And then secondly, do you perhaps have a comparison between what you're asking for electricity for residential use versus Eskom, their tariffs? Is there a vast difference? Are they comparable? I think it is important for us to just know, whether it is something to pursue to ask that Eskom hands over more and more of the electricity supply to our local governments for distribution by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Dugmore?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether the mayor or anyone else would have this information, but talking totally from a lay person's perspective, and also taking into account what the mayor said about the energy mix. You know, it's one sees the, you know, the Sishen Saldanha line, in which, according to my understanding, you know, used to bring steel, you know, all the way through to Saldanha. I just wanted to ask if along that line there are any coal reserves, because, you know, as much as all of us support the National Energy Plan in terms of the mix of coal, nuclear, renewables, hydro, and so on, I think the reality is that for a very long time, coal is going to be the critical component of our energy mix. So I just wanted to ask, I mean, is there any coal along that line? I suppose that's the first question, because maybe if there was, one could then consider, you know, I think the mayor talked about supplying others, because probably a coal-fired power station would, you know, maybe meet the needs of Saldanha on its own. But, you know, if that was possible, it might be interesting to do a cost-benefit analysis about whether one could, you know, build a power station there to provide others. But, you know, that all depends on whether there is coal in any proximity to the line, in my view. So I just wondered if there was. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Member Bartman is struggling with sound. So her question was the 4 million rand for the LED streetlights. Is it for all of the streetlights in the municipality or only some streets? And the second question is, what are the reasons Eskom does not want to provide the energy constraint report? Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe I can ask the mayor if the mayor wants to speak first. Otherwise, I can give you the answers on some of these questions.
Yes, I can do Member Duckmore's answer quickly, MM, and then you can answer the other technical ones. Thank you, Member Duckmore. That's a very good question. The answers, there is no coal reserves, but we've done, when I say energy mix, obviously gas, the cost per kilowatt hour is slightly higher than what, say, solar will be. But the advantage about gas and along your question, coal, is that it will give you electricity constantly. It doesn't go up and down. It's like a volume button. You can turn it up, you can turn it down, off or on. That's baseline, basically. And so the idea was, because of our positioning with Sunrise Energy, which is import of LPG, and also with a lot of work that's being done on the offshore Atlantic here to drill for gas, is that we are best positioned to do a macro development of gas and then fill it on with things like wind and solar in order to bring the price per kilowatt hour down. So that is going to be our approach, and a lot of people have appetite for that. And yes, it is focused on supplying us and then getting our IPPs to supply, for instance, to Cape Town and other neighboring municipalities, and even to Eskom, and then to enter into a wheeling agreement with them, and that will help us to get possibly an additional income, which will obviously will be very beneficial and will help us to change the landscape of municipalities and how they earn income. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Bartman, we have requested that energy resilience, energy constraint report, and we've also asked Graham and his team to request it. It is currently regarded as an internal document of Eskom, and we did not really receive a reply. So the no was basically because we haven't received the reply, but we will try. We will try again, definitely, because that energy constraint report is going to tell us what is available on the grid. In other words, how much energy can be generated in Saldanha, and how big the generation plant should be for it to be wheeled over Eskom's Eskom's line, because for it to go out of our area, it needs to go over the Eskom line. Otherwise, you have to build a new distribution line, which will basically cost much more money, and which the IPP will then try to recoup from the price, which will push the price up. So we need to keep that price as low as possible for our citizens, so that it can be affordable for our citizens. So we will keep on trying there. With regard to the solar lights, we have received, upon writing a business plan to the EDSSM, 400 million rand, of which most of it goes to street lights, changing our current street lights into LED street lights. But we have now asked them to say, listen, yeah, we'd like to use some of that money, even if it's just for a small part, to put in solar lighting, because of the fact that we have so much electricity vandalism in our area. We have installed solar lights in some areas, and we have also received. There was also vandalism, but it's on a lower scale than what we are planning to do. And we've also now implemented. We start with our safety program with a lot of. What do you call it? Cameras that's going up, and a control room that is there. We also now have instituted a technical response unit to look after our assets. So we think we can successfully run that. Mayor, member van der Westhuizen, we have St. Helena Bay and a part of Langebaan that is still part of that Eskom is providing. Eskom is also providing energy to Mittel and those big industries. We have we provide electricity to the IDZ. We've got that right. And yes, the price, Eskom's price, is cheaper than our price. The tariff is a little bit cheaper than our tariff. But then if there's an issue, you have to wait 2 to 3 days. Whilst if there's an issue with the Saldanha Bay electricity grid, we'll sort it out within our 2 hours, depending on how big it is. So we have personal as well as a lot of requests from St. Helena Bay, and even from Langebaan, to say, listen, don't you want to take? Can't we take it over, because of the fact that we can deliver that service much easier and much quicker than what Eskom has to deliver it. You have to go through the Eskom call center or robot for you to register something, and that takes a very long time, and the people would rather prefer us to deal with it immediately. I hope that answer your question.
Thank you very much. Member Dunn, was that a legacy hand? And then Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm that you're able to hear me this time. I've switched internet connections.
We can hear you loud and clear, ma'am.
Okay, so I just want to understand this correctly. So the report, despite it being an internal document of Eskom, will assist us with understanding what's available on the grid. It will assist us on how much can be generated, how big the energy plant needs to be, and whether it is required to go over an Eskom distribution line, because we don't necessarily want our own distribution line, because it will be more expensive, and they don't want to give it.
At this stage, we can't say that they don't want to give it, but we just haven't received a response.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Perhaps we can take it up in resolutions. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I add something on that?
Sure, you may go ahead, Mayor.
Member Bartman, what we have done is that we have spoken to people that's got an appetite to generate in this area, and it's not impossible. In fact, some of them in their own business plans have looked at putting parallel distribution lines, for instance, towards Cape Town, because Cape Town has a big appetite, City of Cape Town, for electricity, especially for baseline electricity, which would then make it profitable to take it to Atlantis and join up with their distribution network. So we are looking at that side of it as well, for in case Eskom blocks us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps Saldanha will appreciate the fact that we also, from the Western Cape Provincial Government, is pushing hard for a gas pipeline from Saldanha Bay Harbour right down to first Atlantis, and then hopefully from there to Montague Gardens and other industrial areas in Cape Town. So your vision of Saldanha becoming a hub for gas import is shared. And even Eskom has calculated that there will be enormous savings for them at their is it Ankerlig plant if they can convert to piped gas to drive those generators. So congratulations. We share your vision, and we will keep on working hand in glove with you to push for that development. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metka.
Chairperson, maybe just to add to what Member Bartman has said, maybe if we can, if you can resolve to request from province's side or from the cabinet of province to request that energy constraint report, that would really assist us.
Thank you. We will do so. One more time, Member Dagmar, was that a legacy hand? In that case,
sorry, Chair. Yeah, I think it must be. I apologize for that.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much to Mayor Trutte and Mr. Mettler for your presentation. And thank you for your patience in waiting to be the last people to present to the committee. Appreciate it. You are free to leave as we continue with the business of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the work that the committee is doing. It's highly appreciated from Saldanha Bay and from our area side.
Thank you so much. Just going to give everybody a chance to leave. Okay, I'm just checking. Mr. Mama Bolo is still on, but I'm sure she will be leaving us soon. Member Nkondlo has been cut due to load shedding, and she will be sending in her resolutions to Ms. Kluti accordingly. Speaking of resolutions, members, are there any resolutions or requests for information that you'd like to propose? Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for my first resolution, and perhaps the procedural officer must just assist me with their nice technical English in this regard. I would like to know how much the respective municipalities have been paying for the past financial year for that spike when load shedding ends, especially if it's on high demand, because usually Eskom refunds them and now they are not being refunded. An example was when Ms. Lindy from Berg River indicated that they spent 1.6 million rand in the 2022-2023 financial year. My second request is whether we could please ask Eskom for the Eskom constraint report, and in the alternative, whether we could ask the Minister of Local Government to engage Eskom to receive the Eskom constraint report. I do know we have ability as a committee that if it is a confidential document, for Eskom then to indicate it as such, so that it is then not distributed further, but at the very least so that municipalities are able to actually do proper planning for the electricity master plans and for the implementation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bartman. Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Two issues from my side. The first one is, I believe we should support the principle that the distribution of electricity be done by entities that politically account to the electorate, and that more and more of the distribution network should be handed over to our local governments in the Western Cape. I think in the Western Cape, we've got a good record of settling our accounts with Eskom, with a few exceptions, but that those municipalities that have shown the necessary discipline in the past, that they take on or be entrusted with more and more of the electricity network. I've also received from other communities complaints in the past that Eskom is not always that quick to repair electricity supply when it's been cut off. So that would be my first one. And as I've said during the debate, there was this whole debate regarding regional electricity distributors, which was then abandoned with the idea that municipalities, local governments, should take the responsibility. Yet Eskom is still clinging to their network, if I can call it like that. So that would be my first request. The second one is that we note as a committee the disparity between the tariff increases allowed for Eskom and that for our municipalities, and that it has had a severe impact on the economic viability of our local governments. And I believe that is not limited only to the Western Cape, but I think at least here in the Western Cape, we should note that, and that it has got severe implications for our local governments, as well as their ability to maintain the electricity networks there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Member van der Westhuizen. If there are no further resolutions and actions and recommendations, members?
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Member Duncan.
Yeah. Chair, I don't want to, get into a whole debate now about one of the resolutions proposed by Member van der Westhuizen, because it's quite a broad, sweeping statement and not yet informed by, I think, adequate information to simply make an argument that, energy provision generally must be provided by local government. I think that's actually not a very well thought through proposal. So, I would argue that at some stage when the work of this ad hoc committee is done, we would be producing a report. So I think it's my own view, and I mean, obviously, I'm not a majority in this committee. My own view is that it's premature, because one needs to make quite a definitive statement. And I think there can be a lot of arguments raised about, the process towards that, the capacity, etc., etc. But anyway, if I'm just registering my concern. But my proposed resolution would be that, given that very few municipalities in evidence provided to the committee have indicated a clear strategy towards the establishment of community energy cooperatives as one way of improving energy resilience and increasing revenue generation for households, that the committee invites the Transition Township Project and the Saltuba Cooperative based in the Nelson Mandela municipality to share their experience with the committee around establishing of community energy cooperatives. I've just actually been in touch with this project while the meeting was on, because I heard about the work that they're doing, and I'm not sure what the next ad hoc committee will deal with, whether we're going to another district or whatever, but I'm sure they could just be invited, to do a presentation, and they have expressed a willingness to do that, and I can provide the details of that energy cooperative to the chairperson. So I would propose that the committee actually invites them, and if members are aware of any others, I think it'd be interesting to hear that perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Dagmore. Your comments are indeed noted. Member van der Westhuizen, you had your hand up, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I hope that I'm trying to find common ground with the Honourable Dagmore. I do hope that the Honourable Dagmore will agree with me that it is best if basic services can be provided to citizens by entities that on a regular basis have to account to those residents, be it at the polling booth or being held accountable in another way. But I do believe the principle of devolution to local government level is a sound one, because it's eventually the councils that must every 5 years account to the public, if not more regularly. And that is why, or that is the principle on which I base my proposal, that we again look at the distribution of electricity. I also believe that that would allow municipalities, like a big distributor like in Cape Town, it will allow municipalities to invest more in even electricity generation capacity, etc. The second thing is, Chair, we've also learned today about, I think it was mentioned, 88 million rand that's been made available by the Western Cape Provincial Government, and it seems to be was even money also coming from the Premier's office to our local governments to ensure that, water supply is not interrupted, to ensure that our wastewater treatment plants can continue working. If they stop working, obviously it's got severe implications also for the environment. And I think we must acknowledge the contribution by the Western Cape Provincial Government to allow our local governments to mitigate the severest of the effects of load shedding. That is also a proposal from my side. And then, Chair, I think we must also acknowledge various initiatives in our province by local governments to add to the generation capacity, generation of electricity in South Africa, such as solar plants, etc. And even where they try to generate electricity for own consumption, such as their own pump stations, sewage plants, etc. And then third, another one is, it seems to me as if the province has also assisted municipalities in the drafting of the specifications that could be used by the various supply chain management units in the municipalities to procure generators of sufficient quality and size. And I think these are all wonderful initiatives that we've learned this morning and that I would like us to give credit to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support the resolutions made by Honourable van der Westhuizen. On the matter of the distribution networks, I similarly believe that services in general should be the closest to the people as possible, and that where possible, such services should be devolved to capable governments. I just wanted to find out if the question is, what information do we require in order to make a determination regarding the distribution at a local government level? If we could just then have an indication of what those documents or statistics are that the member requires, so that when the committee eventually makes a determination as to its view on the matter, that at least in the meantime we've gotten the respective information, that we don't necessarily need to wait for respective meetings, that we can get the information in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bartman, for that. Sorry, I was muted there for a second. Members, I'm very mindful of time, and we are running close to our 1 o'clock deadline. And I wouldn't want to encroach on your time that you have here. So I will ask that we leave the resolutions as is for now. And if there are any further resolutions, that you email it to Ms. Kriti, the procedural officer, because we have just a few more things to do. The first is the consideration and adoption of the committee minutes of the 14th of June. Ms. Kriti, can you flight those minutes for us, please? Ms. Kriti?
I'll flag it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is. Thank you. If you could make it slightly bigger. Thank you very much. If you could just check your attendance, please, members. Page 2. And then on to page 3. And then page 4. And then page 5. Thank you very much. Are there any amendments to the minute that the members would like to make? If not,
Yep.
can I have a move to adopt the minutes? Member Bartman?
Move to adopt.
Member, thank you very much. Member Pretorius?
I second that, Chair.
So seconded. Thank you very much. Then there are two matters that I'd like to just bring to the committee's attention. That after various attempts to contact the Minister of Electricity and his office, we have finally gotten a communication from him that he is available to address the committee on the 29th of August at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So in 4 weeks time, next week on the Tuesday, the 28th of August, sorry, the Monday, let me just get this right, sorry. The Tuesday, the 29th of August, the minister will be coming to brief the committee. He has sent his apology for not being able to hold the previous engagements, to honor the previous engagements. But he sent us the 29th of August, and we've communicated with him that we will ensure that he briefs us, and we are available to brief this. So it will be the 29th of August at 2 o'clock. And then our next
Chair, if I can just ask this, Chair,
yes,
can I just ask a question? Is that is not so that is that slot open? It's not. We don't have other committees because I sit on education, community safety. Sometimes we have that. So will that be cleared so that there'll be no conflict with other committees?
Before I answer that, Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I had a similar question, but to my knowledge, the Education Committee, we have not yet scheduled anything for the afternoon of the 29th. So I will then engage the permanent members to find out whether they are happy, because otherwise we're going to have a number of clashes with the Energy Committee. But given the nature and the importance of the Energy Committee, and that we've waited so long in order to get a date and time from the Minister, I think the permanent membership of Education will be amenable to ensure that we are able to schedule this very important meeting of the Energy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kriti, if you can just give us some input as to the engagement with the programming, with programming.
Good day, Chairperson. Good day, members. Yes, I liaised with the administration of the program and the Chief Ops Office. They had a scheduled meeting for ASEAN Mobility for that time, but Member America agreed that we may use the 2 o'clock slot and that the Energy Committee may sit at 2. When we visited the program, there were no meetings scheduled for education as yet, but I trust that because there were no meetings at the time, it was agreed to. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The other one was very easy one. Our next meeting will be Friday, the 11th of August, as per the program, from 2 until 5. And the agenda will be sent through shortly, within time before the meeting. That will be next Friday at 2 o'clock. Ms. Kriti, have I left anything out?
No, I think we sorted, Chairperson. As you said, the next meeting will be the 16th of August with
Yes.
Cape Winelands and the municipalities, and then the meeting of the 29th of August.
Okay. Okay.
Chair?
Yes, Member Dugmore.
Sorry about that. I just may have missed something. Did you report on when the briefing from the Minister of Energy is going to take place? I think we heard from some of the presentations that there is interaction, but when will the Minister be coming to our ad hoc committee?
That was we had said it just now that it will be the 29th of August at 2 o'clock. Okay.
So, in other words, there wasn't an unwillingness of the Minister to attend.
In his letter, he never said that there was an unwillingness to attend. They just said that the sessions coincided with pre-scheduled engagements, resulting in the minister being unable to attend. So I think that we can understand that he was inundated with requests, and it's unfortunate that he couldn't address us at the times given. But they have given us times now, and we will hold the minister and his office to it. So we've confirmed it with him, and we look forward to the 29th of August.
Viva cooperative government, viva.
Yeah, okay. If there are no further issues or comments that the members like to take, I'd like to thank you for attending this marathon session, but very important session. And then the 16th of August, we will have the engagement of the Cape Winelands, but before then, the 11th of August, we will be meeting again. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day further, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.